Hey Google, turn on the lights.
Sorry, it looks like Philips Hue is unavailable right now.
Hey Google, set the lights to 100%. Hey Siri, set Max's room lights to 100%. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Phew, what in the hell is going on? Ugh.
Alright, that's working terribly. Let me try this again. What? I already did that. Whatever. Excuse me. Alright, let's look at my widgets. Chat box. Does that work? Oh, that's so cool. What I want to do is I want to copy this and then add a new browser. Chat. Alright, excuse me guys, just trying to make sure everything's looking right. Hey guys. That thing has come up on the stream as they're supposed to. Oh, there it is. Ah, no! Okay. Does it have to be on the left side? That's what I'm wondering. If I go to edit, I should make properties? FPS 30. Maybe. Huh. So I want to align it better though. Does anybody know how I can like align it to the right instead of it being aligned to the left? Because I think that's what I need to do. Text color, font size, always show messages. I don't think it is possible, unless maybe I use like some of this, whatever, custom HTML/CSS. I'm surprised it's not a thing to align it to the right. I guess I could just move it like this. Wait, let me put something else in the chat. What's another emote? Okay. So now what I could do instead is shrink, no. Interact. How do I do this? Properties. No, reset transform is probably what I need to do. Transform. Why can't I? I probably have to, there it is. Save settings. Okay, so if I move this over here, then I go to properties, and I make the width like, probably only needs to be like half of this. It's like 400. And everything's gone now. See, shit gets cut off like this, and I don't like that. Okay, maybe if I make the font size smaller. So by default, the font size is 22. That's already pretty small. If I make it 16. Ooh, okay. I think that's like a lot better. And the height can be pretty long. I don't mind the height. It's just the width. And now the width is pretty good too. I just wish I could move it a bit more. But I think that would cut it off. Maybe I could do some of this custom HTML to fix it. Right? So oh, wow, that's so cool. It's like all right here. All right, now I need, see, I have a bunch of OS programmers, and I need somebody that knows something about web programming to help me out. So let's just see if there's something that says align. I can probably figure that out. Background. Display. Position absolute. Oh, maybe it has to do with padding. So what do these padding numbers mean? So there's 3 numbers. If there were 2, you'd think it's XY. But there's 3 of them. So that seems like a Google question. CSS padding. Oh, top right. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because there's, okay. Wait, but there's 4 numbers there, and here it's 3 numbers. Maybe that just means to ignore the left. So the last one would be the left padding. And right now there is no left padding. Because it's going to be as far left as possible. So if I changed it to be, so if I change the, and then wait, what is it? Top padding. So there's no top padding, and then there's padding on the right, and then the last one is padding on the bottom. So let's say I change this to be 0, right? How would that affect this? Hello, where'd my chat go? Chat? That didn't do what I wanted it to do. Actually, that doesn't look like it changed anything. Yeah, I don't think that changed anything. Why not? Save settings. Okay, every time I save settings, I have to send another message to the chat. Oh, this is a perfect emote for, I guess, what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, that looks the same. Okay, so maybe if I added some left padding to it. Oh, that did work. Okay. But maybe padding's not the right thing. Maybe I'm thinking of this wrong. I don't need, because here it's like, it's shortening it, right? I just want it to be default aligned to the right. But then obviously if it's like, if the message is too long, it should expand to be that size. So that's not actually what I want. Um, Maybe there's some other property that I need to look at. Maybe it's like an HTML thing. No. JavaScript. You know, this is cool. If I ever want to do like learn web stuff, this would be a great place to go. Oh, wait a second. .img. Um, Text align right. Wait, what? I thought it was already aligned to the right. Wasn't that the problem? Wait, let me do reset code. Because it's saying that it's text align right. Okay, so there it is. There. Now, if I change the CSS to the text align left, now if I put something in the chat, what the? Why is it so far out? Is it for some reason? Is it just moving like the message text but not the username? Is that what this is doing? Yes, that is what it looks like it's doing. All right, I'm gonna reset everything, and that's pretty cool though. Then I can control the JavaScript and stuff like that. Actually, where is it pulling this from? That's an interesting question. Because there's like the script. Huh. I would actually definitely want to explore this in another stream because that seems very cool. All right, is anybody here? Oh, hey, Viren man, how's it going? Just wa- just wanted to say happy to see you streaming again, and then I'm heading off to college here in a few minutes. All right, well, thanks so much for stopping in. Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to stream the last few days, but I've worked so long on it. Like I've actually made tons and tons of progress over the last few days. So I'm hoping to go over what I did because it's pretty cool. Like I'm able to boot into it now, which is like obviously like one of the biggest milestones. So now that I'm able to boot into it, that's really awesome. Unfortunately, in order to stream, I still have to like CH root still because I don't have SSH working yet, or definitely nothing like Tmux or Screen. So in order to stream, I'm gonna be ch a ch root, um but that should be fine. Because there's some more things that I want to do still on the, even though I can boot into it now, there's still some more things that I want to do. But that would be easier to do from like the Raspberry Pi and then ch rooted. Anyways, tmux attach. Now, let me see. So, Bjorn, what classes do you have today? You're doing cybersecurity, right? So you have like NetSec or something to get to. Okay, so I have the root partition. Oh, yes. Nice. How big is this? Primary security. What do you learn in primary security? How big is this? Nice. So when everything is said and done here, this whole OS is 356 megabytes compressed. It's my main security class, and well, technically my only class, one at a time type deal. Anyways, we're learning about the CISP exam, CompTIA Advanced Security Practitioner. Oh, that's cool. Do you have any certs yet? Or most of the time people get certs after they graduate, right? Advanced Security Practitioner. That sounds pretty cool. Let's see, who else is in the... We have Mika. Hey, Mika. If you're a real person, I don't know. There's a lot of bots in here. Um, all right. So yeah, I've done a lot of really like I'm trying to figure out where I should start talking because I guess I should start talking now. So I think last time this is actually good that we're doing this because this is like to help refreshing. So last time we spoke, I think we were talking about init, right? Which is something pretty important. And actually, right before init, we oh, let's see if Bjorn said something. I have a few Microsoft technical associates. I haven't went for a comp TSA yet. Heard they're rather difficult. I'll be taking Security Plus in April because yeah, I've heard of Security Plus. So what do you learn about for MTAs? Is that like I'm guessing that's not like how to use Word or something. Yeah, OSP. Okay. So the second to last thing before we started talking about init, which is something that after going on, I realized that I should have spoke more about, is that there's this thing called EUDev, like EUDev. And what this is that it's a package that contain for dynamic creation of device nodes. Now it turns out that when I later on when I started to getting into kernel stuff, this was something very important and it ties very closely in with init. Um, so yeah, so we have system 5, right? So we have this like sys5 init thing going on. Let me actually so I want to get the chat like in a better spot. Hang on one second. Trying to figure out how to get so I can read chat the easiest because it comes up on the stream, which is cool, but I actually can't read that unless I'm looking at the stream. But I think I figured out another way to do that today. So if I click here and press launch, now I should be able to read the chat, which is very cool. MTs are like, how to use Windows or how does it network? Or how to use a Windows server. Okay. So we have like this, like the sys5 in it. Is I told you guys, like system 5 is what I was talking about using. And so there's a couple of run levels, and I actually think I have this, I made this thing. Oh, but I compressed it because I was trying to figure out how XZ worked. But now I know how it works. I can go ahead and I can. So as you can see, there's these like 7 run levels here, right? So run level 0 is halt. That just means turn off the computer, and 6 is reboot. So those are kind of weird ones. And then in order from 1 to 5, you have activating of more and more things. Now, I was talking about this on, I think, Friday or something. I have no idea when. I think it was Sunday. But now today I'm gonna get into how this actually like works, right? And how you can specify the run level and what actually happens, what the computer does when you specify a run level and how it knows what to do. I was just going over C# programming for the heck of it. It's my highest certification. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know C#, but it's one of the things that I want to learn. I guess if I was doing more like Windows development. Yeah, I've had to use some C# before just to like get around things. Like I had to use C# when I like there's the new Microsoft Terminal, which by the way is beautiful. And if you haven't seen it yet, you should. You should see like their launch trailer for it, which looks like the launch trailer for like a AAA title game, but it's actually just like a thing. Um, it's actually just a terminal, but they didn't release like compiled versions of it because it's in very early beta, but they had the open like source, so I had to do some C# there. Awesome about where you're gonna be going over today. Sorry, I couldn't stay too long. Oh, it's all good, dude. Again, these streams are not always very these aren't the most popular streams on Twitch yet. I'm getting there. I'll catch up on Ninja soon, but until then, like if you want to like if I'm talking about like all this init stuff today and like the next time you're in the chat you want to like actually know how that works, you can just ask me and I'll do it because there's probably not going to be a bunch of people, you know. So there's not going to be a bunch of people in the stream that like would mind, and especially there's going to be very few people that would be in the stream like another day that were in the stream the previous day and already heard me talk about it. So if there's new people in the chat too that time, like even if you're not the only one there, which you probably would be, but even if you weren't, then the new people in the chat could like learn about that stuff too. So, and it's not just for init. Like if there's anything that you want me to talk about. I mean, I gotta blow my nose. I'm gonna take off my mic so hopefully you don't hear this. Oh, jeez. Okay. But yeah, have fun in class. I just got out of class, so. Ooh, achievement unlocked. Like clockwork? Yes. Just as an update for everybody wondering how, I said that I'm catching up to Ninja. If you want to know how that's going, um, so let's see. So build a community, get 5 people chatting at the same time. Did that. That's awesome. 50 followers. Not quite there yet. Oh yeah, by the way, in case you get, I'm not actually like serious about like completing this stuff. I don't have. I'm just doing this because it's like I might as well be when I'm streaming, and it's also like I really want to learn. Like I want to make this a cool and like fun thing where like I can learn stuff and you guys can learn stuff. But I'm not actually concerned about this. But it's cool because I've never like streamed before, so I'm learning like how Twitch works. And Twitch, they actually try to make it like a game. Like if you look at like all the streamer stuff, there's like achievements, but there's also like daily like tasks or whatever and things like that to try to like get. And they try to like gamify it, and you can get like extra points. Or it's like, oh, if you do this today, you'll get double. Yeah. So they try to turn streaming into a game. So let's see, reach 50 followers, almost there. Actually, not even close to being there. So stream for 8 hours. I've streamed for a lot more than that. I just got this one now. Stream on 7 different days, and then an average of 3 viewers. Ooh, I only have 1.89 viewers. And then, okay, I'm nowhere close to this yet. Interesting. And then just today I got this. Like clockwork. So, yeah. Makes sense. Another option is to enable the store past broadcast setting, and if anyone people can still. Is that not enabled? It's actually enabled for me, because I went back to look at that a few days ago, and I could see all of the streams that I've ever done are like, oh wait, you can, yeah, you're looking at that's Safari right now. So if I go to here, I can see my past. I assumed you guys could too, but here are all the past podcasts that I've done. What is my most popular thing? 3 views. Let's go. Okay. Well, as long as it's there. Also, Twitch, the reason that I discovered this is because Twitch asked me if I wanted to upload my videos to YouTube. So I said, like, sure. So, again, I the way that this stream is designed, where it's like me trying to figure stuff out and like talking and stuff, this I don't think this stream is good in like any terms of streams, but this is more of like a live stream than like a watch later stream, I think, given the format, since I feel like nobody would want to just like go on YouTube and just watch me for like hours, because it's not like stuff isn't happening at a fast enough pace. But if for some reason you did, um, you can go here. Then how do I like? Well, is this the link to my channel? Like, if I post this, will you guys get the link to this? Yeah, that's a thing. It's like you. Well, first of all, thank you for saying that, but also, um, like, but given the fact that it is like here and there, I think it's like, I mean, I don't know if somebody wants to like watch it like not live, that's awesome. But I'd imagine that given how spaced out that stuff is, it's like if you can't interact with me, then it's more difficult to do. So yeah, if you actually wanted to see it, there it is. And then other random videos. Let's see. My first YouTube video 10 years ago. And then here's me when Halo didn't work. What's actually very funny, fun fact, this, so I was having trouble like getting my games to work or whatever, so I would like just make YouTube videos, and then people like on these forums that I was on, they would like tell me what to do, and then that wouldn't work, so then I would go and do that. So this video here is actually me unironically deleting this, because somebody told me to delete this file, right? And then I deleted it. And then, as you might imagine, things didn't work after that. So then I posted this video saying, "Hey, I deleted it was System 32." So I deleted System 32, and it and I was like, "Hey, I did what you told me to do, and it didn't work." So I think this is hilarious looking back on it. All right. Anyways, what's my most popular YouTube video? Okay. All right, back to work. Now, anyways, I need to get going for real now. Haha. Cheers to Knit and Linux from Trash. I was looking into it a little and found a section in the big PDF for drivers or devices and modules and udev and slash dev and slash. Yeah, yeah. So there are sections for that. I spent literally about 5 hours yesterday trying to figure out like why Wi-Fi wasn't working, and that was like so. Yeah, that stuff is very important. In fact, actually, when I was trying to figure all the stuff out, I noticed some mistakes in the Linux from scratch, like the ARM version I'm reading book. So I emailed the author, and he told me that I was right, and he's gonna fix those things um, in the book, which is kind of cool. All right. So yeah, see you, man. I feel like I need two monitors. Fortunately, I only have one monitor. Um, System 5. There it is. Okay. So, replace the .tar.exe. Yeah, I don't think I need to do that. So now what I need to do is that I have to. Actually, I think I had this open on the Pi. So, um, .tar.exe. So I'm gonna copy this. Do I have it mounted? This would be here. No, it's not there. Did I mount it in bootloader? I could have sworn I put it somewhere. I guess I might not have though. How can I do that? Like if I just type mount, right? Yeah, okay, so it's not mounted. So I gotta mount dev p1. Okay, so now if I and this would be an OS slash. Oh, I didn't do that yet. Okay. Okay. Never mind. So if you guys, I should explain what I'm doing right now. I don't know if anybody's here, but nobody's here. But what I'm doing right now is I got pretty much everything to work. Actually, I did get everything to work. No, actually, not even close. Most things don't work. But I'm able to boot into the new partition, right? I'm able to boot into my operating system now, which is awesome. Big step. I spent so much time over the last few days getting that to mostly work. And now it's actually not like a bug that I'm fixing, but just like a feature that I want to add. So it's that right now, if I want to so right now I'm on the Raspberry Pi, and let's say I wanted to instead not be on the and if I wanted to instead boot into my own operating system, I'd have to edit the boot slash command line .txt, and then what I can do is root is equal to. So then what I can do is I can edit this. Oh shit! I have a call coming in. Hello? I'm sorry, I didn't request any insurance information. All right, have a good one. All right, that was weird. Oh, son of a motherfucker! I accidentally unplugged my Pi while trying to plug in my phone. So, technical difficulties while I get this working again. I just have to reboot it, so it should only take a few seconds. Well, actually, I guess while it's rebooting, I can explain what's going on. So, actually, no, because I wanted to show you what I was doing. All right, it should only be 1 second. I can also just preemptively, do this. So, here, let me make this SSH pi at 1. Okay. So let me make a tmux session. Oh, wait, I got to start X on here. All right, so I'm back in. Oh, wait, can you guys see it? Oh, you can't see. Okay, so I'm going to remove that source. I'm going to add a new source, a new window capture called pi. It's going to be this. And then I'm going to do a transform. And then I'm going to make it fit to the screen. I'm going to drag this to the bottom of my priorities. All right, here it is. Okay, now you guys can see what I'm doing, which is a good thing. So anyways, if I wanted to boot into my So right now I'm on the Raspberry Pi, right? If I wanted to boot into the other partition, like my own OS, I would not edit this file. Instead, I would edit this file. By the way, if anybody knows how I can set, like, every time I edit a .txt file, I end up wanting it to be I want the syntax highlighting to act like a shell file, and I don't know how to set that. If anybody knows how to do that, that would be, like, really cool. And yes, I did Google it. So anyways, what I would do is here, okay, maybe I should explain what this is. I don't know if I want to explain this with like people not here though, because nobody's here right now. You know what? I'll just talk to nobody. All right, let's. No, oh fuck! I actually do want to explain this. Okay. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna give a shitty description now, and if a real person joins the chat and they want like a real explanation, like here I'm just explaining it so I can say that I explained it, but I'm not actually gonna explain it since I'm talking to myself right now. But if somebody like joins or like they see this later for some reason and they actually want to know this, like I'll give a real explanation. But pretty much, um, so now I'm not describing how my operating system works. I'm describing how the physical hardware on the Raspberry Pi that like you can't change works. Well, I guess some parts of this you can't. But now I'm describing the bootloader, right? Which is a level under my operating system, right? So so if you see here, right, what's going on in this first partition is this is the recovery partition, and what this does is that this does pretty much nothing. Um, what this partition does is the first time you boot up the system, like ever, um, well, okay, so it's in this partition. I'll just go, no, I don't want to give a full explanation. Okay, if somebody wants to, it's actually really, really cool. Like, it's not like I don't want to explain it because it's boring. It's like I actually want to explain it, but it's like, it just takes a couple minutes and then it's like weird if nobody's actually listening. But I would love to explain this if somebody like real joins the channel. But so what's in this partition, right, is that there's a file in here, right? And what this partition does, right, is that this is like right before the bootloader. This partition does literally almost nothing, right? All it does is that it um so what this partition does is that it all it does is that it looks for the bootloader partition, right? That's all this does. And that is actually located here, right? So literally this runs for like a millisecond, right? Finds this, right? And then as soon as it finds this, it hands over all control to this partition here. But if you look at the size here, it's 2.2 gigabytes. So you might say that's really big for something that does like almost nothing, right? Um, and the reason is that what this does is that what I just described happens, right, normally if this partition exists, right? But this partition, right, that has the bootloader is only made once you install like your operating system. So when you first buy a Raspberry Pi, right, you'll just have an SD card and this partition won't be on here. You would just have this single partition. So what this actually does is that if there's no, is that it's called the recovery partition because if it can't find this partition, then it'll actually open like a graphical interface for the installer, and this is where you install your operating system. So actually, like if I go in here, and I will go in here if like somebody like real joins and I go through it, but what's in this first partition is that you can actually find like the Raspbian, which is the OS that the Raspberry Pi runs on. You can find like all the installer files for that here. So there's actually a whole copy of the Raspberry Pi like operating system in here, right? But once you install it for the first time, all this does is that it jumps straight to here. Okay. So again, this partition. So nowadays, this partition does nothing, and all it does is that it jumps straight to here. And then what this partition does is that this is the real bootloader, but this partition also does like almost nothing. What this does is that it finds all the operating systems, right, installed on your SD card, and then it launches. Well, actually, that's not even true. It finds all the kernels, right? And I guess the kernel, you could say, is part of the operating system. But you might say that it's also kind of different. So, anyway, so this will list all the kernels, right? And then as soon as it finds the kernel, it just jumps to that. So this is and here, the sixth partition, P6, is this is the actual kernel. So what P5 does is that it just jumps to P6, and then P6 is what actually controls booting up. So this is the kernel, right? Well, actually, not even the kernel is located in this partition, along with other boot up files. Again, if somebody real at some point joins the chat, then I'll give like a real explanation for this. Right now, I'm just explaining this so I can say that I explained it, and it's really cool, and I'd love to explain it if somebody real joins. But right now, it's right now I'm just talking to myself, so I'm just saying this so I can say that I said on the channel. But if somebody like watches this or somebody joins and they're like, "What is he talking about?" The fuck, I'm real. Oh hey, Spartan, how's it going? Okay, now we have a real person in the chat, so now I can start talking for real. Okay. Yes, you are most certainly real, Spartan. You're the realest person I know. Trying to debug some ghost stuff. All right. So right now, Spartan, I am explaining the Raspberry Pi boot process. Do you know the Raspberry Pi boot process? It's very cool. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So actually, I spent a couple hours a few days ago learning about this. So if you would like right now, I can give you a pretty fast but like thorough explanation of how this works. And it'll just be me to you. So it's so yeah, I can definitely give you the rundown because I think it's pretty cool and not that complicated. So the choice is yours. Try to debug some ghost stuff. So Spartan, I forget if you mentioned this before, but what sort of work do you do? Like, what are you using Go for right now? Infrastructure software. What does that mean? Like infrastructure, like municipal, like metropolitan infrastructure, or network engineer returns software engineer. Okay, very cool. You know, I could have definitely used you yesterday. Maybe I could have used a network engineer. So I know I haven't streamed in a couple days because unfortunately I wasn't able to. I really wanted to, but I've been working on this an insane amount the last few days, and I made so much progress. I was finally able to boot into it like natively, which is a really big deal. And that's when I had to learn about all of this boot stuff. If you want me to explain that to you, but I had some problems like drivers, and I couldn't get the Wi-Fi drivers to work. So I eventually figured it out, and it turned out to actually be some bugs in a lot of like the things that I used. But I sent out the problems to the mailing lists, and then it's pretty cool because they acknowledged that problem and then they're fixing it in the next release or whatever. So look at me making a difference. Let's see. If you do want me to explain to you how booting works at a very like a low level analysis of it, but it's actually the explanation is sort of like nice and high level. I'm going to pull up a document in case you let me pull the trigger on that. So standalone. Okay, here's the document. Now the question is, how would I? Okay, I know how to share that. I can just. So now I can have this document open like that. Okay. So yeah, you're very fortunate to get this explanation. Okay. So let me explain how this works. My goal is that it took me many, many hours to understand this, right? It took me like 3 hours to get, or like 2 hours to get the whole boot process. So if I can explain to you the boot process in under 2 hours, then that's a success, right? Because now no, just kidding. It's going to take a lot less than 2 hours. It should only be a few minutes. So pretty much, this device right here, this is like the actual SD card, right? So what CF disk is this just lets you like look at like the partitions on something, right? So here it is. So you can see I've got a bunch of partitions here. So what we have is that there is partition. Right, I'm gonna actually explain this faster because I don't want to. You've got work to do, so I'm not gonna waste. I don't want to take your full attention for too much time. So the way that this works is that what's here in this first partition is that in this first partition, the MMCBLK0P1, which I'll just refer to it as like P1 from now on. So P1 is what this partition does is that this partition actually does almost nothing. This is a very minimal partition, and what it does is that you can only see Safari, not your terminal. Yes. Okay. So what this partition does is that it's very minimal. It does almost nothing. What's in this partition is a so what this does is that it has a file in here called bootcode.bin. Maybe I should like mount it. So maybe if I do sudo mount /dev/blk0, you know what? I should do this in a for loop, which thankfully I've already done. So, which I've already written previously. Okay. So what's here in this first partition is that there's a bunch of stuff here, right? But I said it does almost nothing. So that's confusing. Like, why is there so much stuff here if it does almost nothing? So there is a file here called. How do I select stuff? Maybe I have to select it from here. So there's a file in here called bootcode.bin, right? And what this does is that this will look for a file that's something. So this looks for a file called start .exlf or whatever. So it looks for this. I actually forget which one it does. I think it's start4.exlf. And then all this executable does is that it hands off control to so all that does is that it looks for this partition here, partition 5, and then it just hands off all control to that. So this partition does like pretty much nothing. But then you might ask, well, if this partition does almost nothing, why is it like so big, right? It's 2.2 gigabytes, but it does almost nothing. The reason for that is because I said that because I said that bootcode.bin looks for start.exlf or start.elf, but if that isn't there, but that's put there when an operating system is installed, right? And this partition here, P5, this P5 is only put here. That's what I meant to say. This partition here, this is installed when you install an operating system. So if this partition isn't here, right, then bootcode.bin can't find it. And what this partition actually is that if it can't find this partition, then this partition here will launch a GUI, and this is how you install an operating system. So when you first buy a Raspberry Pi, it'll come with like an SD card, and all that's on this SD card is this first partition, right, and nothing else on it. And then actually, if I go into this partition here, right, so now we're here in this partition. If I go to like the OS folder, you can actually see that like here's like the Raspbian operating system. So what this does is that if there's no operating system installed, it will show you like a graphical thing where you can like click stuff and then install Raspbian. But once Raspbian is installed, that partition does pretty much nothing. So then, all right. So let's look here. And now what is this partition? So if I go here and I go to, because again, I said all it does is that it looks for that fifth partition and hands off everything to it. So what's in here? So what you can see, what's in this partition is that this cache and lost and found directory should not be here. It wasn't here yesterday. It's probably because I messed something up and then it like runs some error stuff. But there should only be these 3 files here, right? So what's in this directory, as you can see, what's in this directory is this line I actually just added today. So like, let's pretend this line wasn't here, right? Or this section. So as you can see, it's called install OSs.json. That's what's in P5. And what P5 is that this is like the noob's bootloader. So as you can see, what this has here is that it has descriptions of all the installed operating systems. So there's only one installed operating system, Raspbian, or at least there was before yesterday. Well, actually, bootable ones. So it pretty much what it does is that it says whether or not it's bootable, description, blah, blah, blah. And then the important part here, right, actually the only thing that actually matters for this, because all of this stuff is just like pictures and descriptions that don't matter. The only important part is this partitions here, and it lists like the partitions. So what noobs will do, noobs is the name of the bootloader. So what the bootloader does is that if it detects that there's only one thing in this list, right, if there's only one operating system, then it looks for the partitions here, right? Here are your 2 partitions. And these are the partitions that the operating system is installed on. The first one is the boot partition, and then the second one is the OS partition. But the important one is the boot partition. So if it detects that there's only one installed operating system, it'll just go and it will launch this partition here, right? P6. Now, what is P6? What P6 is that is the so again, so what does this P5 does? What this P5 does is that it has a list of the installed operating systems, and if there's only one, then it'll just jump to that. So again, you saw it there that it said that the operating system was located at P6. So if we go here, you'll see that this is the actual like. There's sort of like levels of boot. I know I've said that. I know I've used the word bootloader a few times. I'm not quite sure. Like, I think there might be multiple, but essentially, what's in this partition here is that these are all the boot files for, in this case, Raspbian. So this is everything you need to launch Raspbian. And as you can see here, so here, this is where the kernel is stored. So kernel.img the kernel, and then there's like some backup like stuff there as well, and then like for different sorts of architectures. Um, but kernel.img is the kernel, right? And what it does, and now this is the important part, so that like all the hundreds of people in the chat listen up. So there's some important files in here. One of them is the command line.txt. So what's in this partition, right? So again, the kernel's in this partition. So this is like, now we're actually launching the operating. This is the first partition that's part of the OS, right? So now we're done with all like the low level bootloader stuff. Now we're talking about the kernel. So here are the list of all the parameters that you're going to pass to the kernel. So what this is going to do is that this, so I actually think what this does is that, as you can see here, there's a bootcode.bin thing here, right? Can I highlight that? So what bootcode.bin does is that it's something similar to what happens in the first partition, is that bootcode.bin finds start.elf, right? And then what ELF does is that it reads the parameters in the command line.txt and launches the kernel with it. So pretty much all that bootcode.bin and start.elf combined does is that it just runs like /kernel, right? And then all the stuff that's in, and then how would I do that? To pass the parameters to print that out, I guess like command line.txt or whatever. Or I guess you could do like cat command line.txt and then pipe that into kernel. No, but that's only if kernel. No, because that would actually be the options. Okay, sorry about that. Doesn't matter. But anyways, so you have the command line.txt, right? And what you do is that you launch the kernel, and the kernel is launched with these parameters. The important one that I'm going to point out to you, because this is something that I have xargs. That's true. You would use xargs. Good point. Yeah, I was thinking of the second way without xargs. I think xargs is the more elegant way, but then that way is the second way is, I guess, like the dumber way. That maybe makes more sense. Actually, wait, no, you wouldn't do xargs first. Wouldn't you do cat command line.txt and then pipe that into xargs kernel.img? Like xargs ./kernel.i, like, okay, this is getting totally off topic. Well, wouldn't it look like cat command line.txt and then pipe that into xargs? Yeah. Okay. So I do know things. Okay. Anyways, this root here thing, how do I select this? I guess VIW. So so again, this is the kernel, right? But now what the kernel needs to do is that the kernel needs to locate where the user partitions are, right? So what this does is that literally, I mean, it says root, right? So what this is that this tells the kernel that once it is, launching and all that stuff, what directory to set as /, right? So here, what this is saying is that the kernel will set p7 as your / directory. So that's the most important one to look at. And then, is that true? Well, if I go and I look at, so if I look at 7 here, right, you'll see that it's actually like, this is actually my Raspberry Pi here. And I guess it's sort of circular, because then I could go and what if I look in mount in here? Oh no, look at this. We can get this recursion here. Because mount is part of, again, it's part of P7. So if I look at SDC7, here's my root thing, and then I can look at mount. But then there's SDC7 again. Well, actually, no, that's interesting. It doesn't do it a second time. It doesn't I guess because the mount point. Oh, that's true. No, that is weird. That it doesn't do it an infinite amount of times. Whatever. And actually, what I wanted to show is that a visual sort of explanation for this. So as you can see here, the very first time you buy a Raspberry Pi and turn it in, there's only this one partition here, right? And again, this has the noobs boot files, initramfs, and then the OS recovery images. Oh, because another reason that this first partition is used is that if you somehow mess up your OS, then you can boot back into here. And again, it has all of the installer stuff in there, so you can reinstall your OS through there, or like launch a shell and like um, and try to mess with the partitions from there. Um, and then, anyways, so another important thing to explain is so here you go. Actually, this is for an older version. This would be the explanation for. So here you have your first partition, which is nothing, and then this is again after you install. So this is after the OS installation. You'll have these partitions, which here are your noob settings, and this is if you like install multiple OSs. But anyways, so here partition 8, which I refer to as partition 6, is the boot files, and then here's the root file system. So if we look here, I'm not going to be dumb and leave it on the browser. So, okay, there we go. So, so as you can see here, there's this directory, or there's this partition here, P3, and what P3 is that this is my operating system that I'm doing. So if I want to boot into my operating system, right, all I have to do is tell the kernel, because normally the kernel, right, if I do, I forgot where it, actually it would be in /boot/, well, actually, no, I'll show it to you guys this way. So if I look in, I forgot what I called it. I know I didn't name it anything. So this, again, this is where like the kernel and all that stuff is. And then, so if I want to not boot Raspbian anymore, but I want to boot my operating system, I can just change this to 3. And now I can reboot and I'll be inside my operating system, which again was not, this took a lot of time to, not to change that one line, but to do all the work in the last few days to get it to where the point where this would work. So that's pretty cool. I can't actually do that on stream though, because to explain my stream setup in case people don't know is like I don't. Actually, oh wait, that's Eastern. You know what? Oh, I was only looking at like the first letters of like people's names, so I didn't actually notice I don't know how to say your name, Strager, that you joined the chat. I thought you were Spartan. Okay, what's up, man? How's it going? Anyways, if you two don't know how my stream, like how I'm showing you guys, what I have here is that I'm streaming from my Mac because the Pi's not like, the Pi's not good enough for streaming. So so what the Pi does is, so I SSH into the Pi from my MacBook, right? And then I use Tmux to on both of them so that they can both be like looking at the same thing. And then I'm actually like use my mechanical keyboard and all my like nice stuff. So like when I'm actually streaming, I'm not looking at my laptop. I'm actually looking like right here at here, and then the Raspberry Pi itself is like sitting right next to me and all this. So that's what that's what I do, because and one reason that I do that is so then, since I only have like one monitor, it's actually really hard to stream on one monitor. So what this lets me do, um, using the reason that I do Tmux is so then that way, I don't have to have like my terminal like on my MacBook visible. I can just have it somewhere else, and then I can just look at the and I can be looking at my laptop, so that gives me some more space to work with. The thing is, though, is that I can't, I won't be able to show you guys if I boot into my operating system, because it took me 4 hours today to figure out why my Wi-Fi drivers weren't working, and it actually didn't have to do with the drivers. It actually had to do with like some firmware and like kernel compilation stuff, and it took me forever to figure out, but I did figure it out. But I don't have like SSH, and especially not like tmux and stuff like that going. So yeah. So for now, I'll just have to chroot. I don't know if you guys know about chroot or if you've heard me talk about it before, but what chroot does is that it's change root, right? So it's sort of, I guess it's self-explanatory in that sense. So chroot changes your root directory. So what I can do is I can do so to something else. So I could do like chroot. Well, actually, I'll just show you what I normally do. Yeah, yeah, Doc. I mean, Spartan, you're totally right. I don't know if you were here a few days ago, but I explained. I was explaining about. I was talking about Docker and how chroot and cgroups are used in Docker. But anyways, again, if we look at my so you can see here that we have P3 right here, and this is where my operating system is stored. So what I can do is that if I and I have this mounted, I think ls P3. I mean, yeah. So what I can do is that if I want to, so if I want, since I'm not making any sense right now. If I can't reboot into my operating system because you guys can't see it, what I instead can do is that I can chroot into it by saying chroot. I probably have to be root sudo chroot, and then specify like where it is. So again, so I don't want my root directory anymore to be slash, to be the current slash, right? Instead, I want to switch slash to be mount slash SDC 3, right? So now what this will do is that this will change my slash, right? So now instead of slash being slash, right, now all the files on my system will be referenced relative to SDC3. And then you also have to specify a process for it to run. So I can say /bin/bash. All right. So there we go. Oh, actually, things are carrying over, which is kind of weird. So instead I should do there we go. So now what I can do is that if I do ls/, right, you'll see that this is well, maybe you can't tell the difference, but spoiler alert, this is the slash of my operating system. So if I do source.bashrc, that should have. Why are my colors working? Hello? Home not set. Oh, you know what? Okay, I wanted to show you guys exactly how it worked, but I actually have a script that will do some things for me. Because there are certain things that are run if you're booting the computer like natively that aren't run when you chroot. So I have to simulate those things myself if I'm so I have to simulate those things myself if I'm chrooting to sort of do the things that the computer would do if it was booting. And I have a script that does that. So now, and pretty much what the script does is that it's called environ, and what it does here is that it mounts a bunch of things. So it mounts. Well, the most important thing is that actually, well, that's not where the script should start. So what I'm doing is that there are certain directories which I guess I can explain. So what dev does is that dev is short for devices, and I know a lot more about this now than I did a few days ago, having to deal with this stuff for so much. But sort of at the level that I knew a few days ago, dev holds like all of your devices. So these can be like physical devices or like block devices and things like that. So this would normally be set by udev and the kernel when you init, but since that's not happening, I don't have a /dev folder. So what I do is that I connect the so what this is doing is that the Raspbian /dev folder, right? I am mounting that to my operating system /dev folder. So now they're like, you can almost think of it as kind of like a symlink, or actually I guess it would be more like a hard link, but so that's what this does. Right, so now Raspbian and my OS share the same slash. I mean, they share the same /dev. And then I do the same thing with some other directories like dev, pts, and proc, and sys, and run, and boot, right? And then after that, I do now here I do the chroot, and then I set some things like I set my home directory, which you could see before when I just did chroot, the home directory wasn't set. So I set home, I set which terminal I'm using, I set the prompt, and I set the path. So now you know what that does. So now if I run this, okay, there you go. So that's what chroot does. Hang on one. All right, sorry about that. If only people understood that containers are just processes. Well, they're complicated processes, right? I mean, it's Unix. What isn't a, I guess what isn't a file or process or something like that? I mean, to be honest, I still like, there's some things about Docker that I don't get. Although I haven't really taken a lot of time to do it because I don't use Docker, but I mean, it from not really like going out of my way to learn about Docker, it can be a little bit tricky. All right. So that's sort of a brief explanation about the boot process. Something that I'm like messing around with, which is what I was doing a bit earlier, that I can't get to work. That's super annoying. Is that so I mentioned that that what noobs will do, that what the bootloader does is that it looks at all of your installed OSs, and that if there's only one installed operating system, it'll just go and it'll launch that operating system. What's cool is that if and also I said that like bootloader, it does like almost nothing except it just jumps to there. Um, what it does though is that what if it finds multiple operating systems? What does it do? Is that if I search this, is that if it sees that there's multiple operating systems, it'll actually ask you which operating system you want to boot. So that's really cool. Well, it's not really cool, but it's like, so pretty much what, just to explain again. So what I have to do now, or, um, so what I have to do now is that I have to do slash mount slash, or what is it called? SDC 5. slash, no, 6 slash. So what I have to do right now is that I have to change this partition here from 7 to 3. And so it's actually like not that big of a deal, but oh, dang it, you guys can't see it. I always fuck that up. So that's all I have to do in order to, so I just changed, okay, I'll show you guys again. So all I have to do is that I just change this one from a 7 to a 3, and that does it, which I guess is like, I mean, it's fine. It's not like hard or anything. But I'm thinking like, man, I wish I could get this to show up, because the thing is though, is that this only, the way that it knows which operating systems are installed is that like it only supports operating systems that are installed through noobs. So I should explain. So I said that if it doesn't detect any operating systems installed, like if your SD card looks like this, then that means that, you know, this is your first time ever like using this SD card. So you just bought a new Raspberry Pi. There's nothing on it except for this one partition. So what it does is that if it detects that there's no operating systems installed, then it boots into like setup mode, right? And it looks like this, and you can like click which operating systems you want. You can click which operating systems you want to install, and it installs it for you, right? And it's only when you install operating systems through this way that noobs know, right? Again, noobs is the bootloader. It's only when you install your operating system through this screen here that noobs know which operating systems you have installed, and then it'll ask you about it here. So even though I have another OS on here, since I didn't, you know, I made it myself, I didn't install it through the bootloader. So I like through the I don't know what it's called, but I guess they call it the recovery partition. So maybe I should call it the recovery partition. So since I didn't install it through the recovery partition, when I boot up my operating system, it doesn't show me this, right? It'll just boot to, like, it'll actually, what it does is that it just boots straight to Raspbian, since I didn't specify, since that's the only one I clicked install on. And again, what I said here is that, I'm going to change it back this time, is that SDC6, right? So sudo css. So I mentioned before that what this partition is right here is that this contains all of the boot things for Raspbian, right? This has like the kernel and all that. So what this does is that since Raspbian is the only OS I installed, excuse me, I'm gonna blow my nose. All right. So since Raspbian is the only OS I installed, what this partition does, right, is that this will just load this one, because this is where well, again, I explained earlier is that this loads this one, which loads this one, and it loads P6 because that's where the Raspbian kernel is. I also need to differentiate. Raspbian isn't on P6. Raspbian is on, the Raspbian kernel is on P6, and then the Raspbian user stuff is on P7. So collectively, Raspbian is on P6 and P7. But since it's only on, since I install Raspbian through noobs, this is what comes up, right? It'll only launch P6, right? So what I can do though is that, given that I know that it's going to launch P6, is that I can jump in and modify P6 and tell it, because what's in P6 again is the is all the kernel stuff. So by the way, if there's any Vim experts here, can you, whenever I work with .txt files, I almost always want them to be like shell scripts, and I don't know how to change it so that when I say the syntax, so that when it sees a .txt file, to highlight it like a .sh file. And yes, I did Google it, and what they said there just wasn't working. Anyways, so here is the root partition. So here, right, here's P7. So this is again the location of like the user space stuff. So I can just sort of like hijack it and change it to my partition, right? And now I can do that. But I think it would just be very cool if I could get it to show up like this. So I started exploring like the structure because I'm guessing what Noobs does, right, is that the way that it knows that these are here when you install the when you when you install an operating system, right? After you install the operating system, it knows that it's there probably because it's like updating some like config files, and then it probably is adding config files that point to like which partitions the OS are on and like instructions for that. So I started poking around the different partitions to see if it existed, and then I came across this one very very promising file. So if I go to mount/5, where this is so again, this is noobs here, SDC5. Oh, dang it, I forgot to switch it. But anyways, if you go back on here, you can see here that this, again, noobs is the bootloader. So these are all the noobs settings here in partition 5. So if I look in this, I find something very interesting. Ignore this because this is stuff that I tried adding today. So can I do that? Right? No, I think I deleted. So, anyways, I found this. Right, again, so this is a file called installedOS.json. And what's in here is that I think this is what I'm looking for, right? Because it says here it says whether or not it's bootable, and then it has the partitions here. And I didn't find like documentation on this file, right? But I found this here, so I figured, oh, maybe this is the file that Noobs looks at when it's deciding whether or not to display, when it's looking at whether or not to display this like this dialogue, or just to boot into, or just to automatically boot into the only partition. I'm guessing that it looks here, right? And when it sees that there's nothing, when it sees that, there's only one item here, that it just looks at this partition, right? So it says here that it's partition 6, and then it just boots that partition. So I figured, oh, what I can do then is that I can just copy this, right? And then wait, and then paste it here, right? Okay, I know that I gotta like, right, paste it here, and then just change and then just change P7, right? Change that to be P3, and then that should work. So that's what I did. So now presumably when I reboot, instead of just booting into whatever, it should show up. It should show this this prompt here asking me which one I want to use. But unfortunately, I tried that. Oh, did I? Man, I'm sometimes good with that, and then most of the times I suck with it. All right. So anyways, so I was figuring if I just copy it. So anyways, what I was saying is that I figured that if I just copied this, right, and then just added a second entry that had and then just changed where it said P7, change that to be P3, then now when I'm booting it up, instead of it just noticing here that there's only one thing and just booting that one thing, which is P6, instead it will notice that now there's two options and then show me this dialog to ask me which OS to boot into, right? So I thought I cracked it. So I added that and I rebooted and nothing. Like it just still did the same thing. It booted into it just automatically booted into P6 or P7. So I actually don't know what I did wrong. I mean, I'm guessing what this means then is that what Raspbian is or what the bootloader is doing, what Noobs is doing, is that it must be looking at another config file. I mean, this config file has to be used for something, but when you install an operating system through Noobs, it must be writing another file also that tells it to show this dialog box instead of just booting. And I don't know where that dialog box is. So I've been going through and trying to figure out like where things are, right? And there's nothing in here. I don't know what the cache and lost and found things are. I must have fucked something up like when I was working on this, because those directories weren't here yesterday. So the important things are those like other thing ones. So WPA I think is just Wi-Fi stuff. I don't even know why this needs to be so. You'd figure that would be like in the current. Oh, actually I can explain this. The reason that this is here is because there's a MSR's master boot record. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, all of you guys names are red, so it's like I'm not seeing when people. Hey, JAL97, what's up? Welcome to the channel, dude. How's it going? Do you have any experience with like programming or anything, or have you ever used Linux before? MSR master boot record. So what the WPA file is for, and WPA means like Wi-Fi stuff. The reason that that's here is that when you install an operating system through the bootloader, is that it comes with like by default you can only like install Raspbian and I think like something else. But if you're connected to the internet, you can download stuff from the internet. So what's very cool is that if you're connected to the internet, you have tons of options, and there's even like Windows on here, which is crazy. But you can put Windows on your Raspberry Pi if you want, if you're connected to the internet. So I'm guessing what this Wi-Fi file here is for. And at first I was saying, why would Wi-Fi be here? I mean, Wi-Fi, that the bootloader doesn't care about that. You know, the Wi-Fi stuff, that should be like either in the kernel stuff, or that should be like in terms of like drivers, or that should be like in the user space. But the bootloader does need Wi-Fi, so that's what this is here for. So Jay, what sort of experience do you have? And then there's this other thing, noobs.conf. Okay, let's see what noobs.conf is. Maybe this has what I need. Oh. So now we're getting somewhere, guys. This is it, right? Default partition to boot, because interesting. Well, clearly this is 6, right? Because P6 is the partition that like that is booted when I turn on the computer, right? Again, to remind everybody, what's in partition 6, right, is all this stuff. So here you can see like, so here's where the kernel is. You can pretty much ignore almost everything in this directory except for the command line.txt. And what's in command line.txt is that these are all of the things that are passed to kernel. So pretty much what this does is that it does like / command line. So the kernel's here, and there's the command line here. And the command line are just like the arguments that's sent to the kernel. So all that's done in this partition is that you pretty much like do / kernel, and then I guess you would, we spoke about this a bit earlier, but then you would do something like this, right? So this is what this does, right? That's what's in this partition. So obviously, you know, Noobs is correct in saying that partition 6 here is the partition that the bootloader should launch, which then launches the kernel. Let's see, we got some stuff in the chat. Master boot record. Wait, what was that in reference to? I don't remember. I've worked with systems applications. Right now I'm sending logic gates and Boolean math. Oh, that's cool. Are you like, what's your job? Are you in like school or something like that? Like, what are you doing with this? But anyways, just to say, like this stream is like, it's all about trying to like learn stuff. So if there's any questions you have that has like nothing to do with this at all, and you just want to learn like anything about this whole project, is like, you know, if you want to learn more about the boot process or more about, you know, like init or systemd or anything, like definitely ask me. Also, you know, even though I'm doing all of this like software engineering stuff here, actually what my day job is that I'm actually an astrophysicist. So like that's what I study. So if you guys want to ask me about black holes or something, do that. So what are you studying right now in school? And then what sort of work do you do as a programmer? All right, anyways. So I think we're on to something, guys, right? Because we just found noobs.conf, which has default partition to boot is 6. So if I wanted to change this, I could probably change it change that to like 7, right? And then, oh, well, not 7. So like my OS is on 3, so then if I change it to 3, it might launch 3 by default. The thing is, though, is that this is good because it lets us learn more about what Noobs is doing. Again, so you can ask me about anything. What I'm doing right now is that I am learning with the stream right now. What this stream is that this is me learning about the Raspberry Pi boot sequence stream right now. So what we have just learned is that there's this thing here called default partition to boot. And the default is 6, which makes sense because that is the partition that should be booted when you boot Raspbian. Now, what I'm wondering though is why is this here? It's default partition to boot is like, again, because what I want to be able to do just for fun. Again, I showed you how easy it is to switch between booting Raspbian and booting my operating system. You just change like one number in the command line.txt, which is the stuff that's passed to the kernel, and that'll do it. But I just think it would be fun to be able to have this dialog box here, right? So what I'm wondering is that if default partition to boot is 6, right? How does this field here, default partition to boot, how does this relate to whether or not Noobs will show the box asking me what stuff I want to install? Maybe what's happening here is that when I was in Noobs and I installed Raspbian for the first time, since I only installed one operating system, right? It sets this thing here to be 6, right? Because there's only one operating system. But you can imagine if I got rid of this, right? Imagine this wasn't here. There was no default partition to boot. Then it asks me which partitions to boot. Oh, I think I might have figured it out. If this is set equal to something like 6, right? Then as soon as Noob sees this, right, it'll just go and launch that partition, right? But if this partition isn't here, I'm sorry, if this variable here is equal to a value, right, then it will just go ahead and launch that partition, right? It doesn't do anything, it just launches the partition with that number, right? But if this variable isn't equal to anything, then if this isn't equal to anything, then it reads installed os.json, right? And then asks you which operating system you want to boot. Does that make sense to anybody? Does that seem plausible, or am I missing something? But I feel like that's how it could work, right? It's that if default partition has a value, right, then it just launches that. But if it doesn't have a value, then it reads that other file and asks you what you want to run. So I feel like that could work. Again, I edited this file, right? If I do, this is what it looked like before. How would I do this? All right, I need a Vim expert. How do I get rid of this block very easily? I could do DA, yeah, there you go. Okay. So now if I do Vim, so that's what, I feel like that makes sense. Right? By the way, you're using Grub, right? I'm not using Grub. I assume you meant Grub and not Grub. That's a common bootloader on Linux systems. I'm doing this. I should explain maybe what I'm doing, since you are new here. So, what I'm doing is that I'm trying to make my own operating system from scratch, as you heard, on a Raspberry Pi 4. Um, and the Raspberry Pi 4 uses a different bootloader. It doesn't use Grub. It uses another bootloader called Noobs, which is like a very powerful and extensible bootloader, made by. Oh, gotta change my thing again. Made by the Raspberry Pi Foundation and or a company. I don't think they're a foundation, but so I use Noobs. Maybe it would be maybe I could figure it out on like Grub. It might be easier on Grub, honestly, but I'm using Noobs, which makes it sound like it shouldn't be complicated. But you know what? This is complicated. It took me a while to figure out exactly how this boot process works. Okay, so again, this is a learning stream, and what learning streams are, for those that don't know, is that learning streams also mean Googling streams. So I'm going to Google noobs.conf default partition to boot. How do I change the default? Again, as you can see, I've already looked at like a lot of this stuff before, but how do I change the default OS to start with noobs dual boot headless? What the? Edit the noobs.conf. Okay, so on older versions, on like much older, when the Raspberry Pi first came out, the noobs partition was on P3, as you can see here. But in modern versions, if you look here, you can see that the noobs partition is actually here on P5. So I'll actually let him know. Look at this. I should rename the stream "Helping People on the Internet." At Ricardo, new new versions of noobs have had these config files at. What is the name of this partition? Oh, here it is. P5. C. Do you guys remember how you do links and get? I don't remember if it's colons or if it's brackets and then parentheses or the other way around. I think it's brackets and then parentheses, right? C. Noobs partitioning explanation. All right. So this. Okay, but anyways, what this guy is saying here is that if you wanted to change which partition is booted by default, you change this. That's not exactly what I want. Here's my copy of. Okay, again, what I'm trying to. There's more where that came from. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nightbot, chill out. I am sorry about that. Wait, did it like ban you or something? Stop spamming symbols? Wait, if it banned you, I can. Oh, ban straight. Okay, hang on. I got this. Unban. Oh, it says that you're not currently banned. Sorry, are you alive? Okay, you're alive. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, you agreed with me that I did it right. Um, Again, so to explain what I'm trying to do, is this actually doesn't have to do with my OS exactly. This is just me trying to make booting into it like look nicer. Although it's probably slower than just changing like whatever value it is. So this isn't, I think, what I want. How to skip noob's boot menu. Oh, this could be it. Hang on. See, I think this is the opposite. This person has the opposite problem. So their bootloader is asking them. They must have installed multiple operating systems, right? And they're asking, how can I not have it ask me every time I boot which one I want, right? I want it to do the opposite. So hopefully this will. So install Raspbian OSMC, and I like using, but put the SD card. You should see create the file autoboot.txt. Be careful on Windows if you create. Just call it autoboot because put a single line in the text file. Nice. So I may have been right. Oh wait, actually, this is a slightly different thing. This is boot partition and not default partition to boot, and it's also talking about autoboot.txt. Also, it's in a different partition. What file is he talking about? So he's in the first partition because that's the recovery partition. So he's talking about autoboot. Okay, that doesn't exist because he's saying to make that. Put a single line in the text file. I don't know what this boot partition is here. Maybe if I do grep and then look for boot partition. Let me also color it. All right. Oh wait, shoot. What am I showing right now? Oh dang it, guys. My bad. Okay. So I'm looking here for this boot partition thing that's mentioned. I doesn't seem to be able to find it. But I mean that makes sense because he says in the he says in that response on Stack Overflow that you have to make that thing. I was just seeing if that exists or if there was like a shell script that like looked for that somewhere. But I guess yeah, so that makes sense. Oh man, I was hoping it wouldn't be in a binary file. It is in. Yeah, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna like whatever it is. I'm not gonna disassemble these and look for those strings, but I could, right? I could do like strings and no, that's ridiculous. All right. There is no auto boot here. It's in defaults. Oh no, that's not what I'm looking for. How does oh look at me being so helpful. Let's see. News explanation. Actually, there's also another thing that should probably also be read. Let's see these news explanations. All right. Oh, this may be it. Hang on. Raspbian boot process. Any good description? That's a good question. What is started in each partition? Why? should I read this? Yeah, I know. Like I know that I can do it. I'm just like wondering if it's like worth like going through that. Yeah, like what I was thinking of doing would be to be like strings, and then is seashore for context? I normally do like group, you know, uh, like I normally do this. Is your C thing the same? I guess you can find out, but boot code delay, start debug. Yeah, maybe I'm no. I feel like it wouldn't be in here. Again, you're I think Strager, you're probably right. But I'm trying to remind myself of what I'm trying to do here, right? Oh, did you guys not see me answering these Stack Overflow questions? Oh, well, whatever. Again, what I'm trying to do here, right? And again, it's very silly and like arbitrary. I know you guys are here for a lot of the low level. Oh, I guess I'm learning about that. But again, I just want this pretty picture. I want this pretty like a dialogue option. Again, it's very easy for me right now to change which one gets booted into, right? Doing it like by changing config files, but I think it would be nice for noobs to recognize Raspbian and my operating system as like two operating systems. And what I'm thinking is that oh, so you're saying install it twice and then just overwrite the other one with mine. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. But I still want to know how noobs are. And what I'm thinking is that we can go through and look at these like binary files, but I'd imagine it's not it's not hard coding this logic into binary files. You get what I'm saying? Like I think it has to be some kind of like text config file somewhere that's putting it in. I mean, the code that would read those text files, right? And then figure out stuff from there. I mean, that's probably in these bin stuff, right? I mean, it's probably the code that parses through it and then figures out what to do. But but I think it should be text files. But I think you should be able to change its behavior through a text file. That's what I'm saying. I could be wrong, but I feel like it's in some sort of config file that I'm looking for. Um, so if I go back here and go back to the noobs thing, and I look here at noobs.conf, and unfortunately I can't show this to you guys. What if? Imagine. All right. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Okay. I think it might have to do with the noobs.conf. Actually, let me do a little bit more research. Oh, I'll make the changes, and then before I pull the final trigger, I'll make sure that I'm not gonna like break everything. So what I'm predicting here, right, is that we have this file, right, installed os.json, right, and this has a list of all the installed operating systems, which obviously isn't accurate because here it only says Raspbian's installed, but I installed mine. But this is probably generated by noobs when you install the operating system. So we have this thing here, right? And again, the most important part of this whole thing is this line here, right? Where it says the partition to boot. I think all of this is just like extra information that probably doesn't matter, right? So we have that file, and then we have this noobs file, right? And then the important thing here I've noticed is here it says default partition to boot. What I'm guessing is that if this variable is equal to a value, then it will just automatically load that partition and not ask any more questions. If this isn't equal to a value, then it will read that installed OS's.json, right? It will read that installed OS's.json and then ask you what you want to do. So what I can do then, right? So if I'm correct, all I need to do is, I gotta do this as root. I know there's a way to like not have to like redo your work when you do this, but I don't know how. So I can go here. Wait, what the? Okay, and I can unset this, and then if I go here, and again some Vim stuff. Somebody tell me if I'm not doing this optimally. What I imagine the optimal way to do this is that if I do YA curly bracket, right, which will copy that, and then I go here and I press paste. Oh, that's put in the wrong spot. So if I go here and then I press P, look at that, everything is there. And then what I need to do is change this one to be 3. And then I should probably like change the name of it just so I can like tell if it worked. So description, Max OS, Scratch. I don't know what this stuff is, but it looks like this directory holds like a picture, so I don't have to worry about that right now. Name. Okay, again, some Vim stuff. I think the optimal way to do this would be to do CI quotes, and then I can do. By the way, the name, work in progress, today's date. So I think the optimal way to do this would be to go here and then do CT quotes, and then do, okay. Oh, and then I have to add this comma. Does this make sense? Did I do something wrong here? Again, I'm not sure about these two folders, right? I don't know what they do. Or, well, actually, I know what the icon does. Okay, this is what I'm not sure of. I guess I could look in here and see if there's anything else that I need to like copy and edit, but all right. So now, if my calculations are correct, or if my guess is correct, then it should boot into the right thing. All right, looks fine to you. Good. I just want to. I feel like this looks like a really like well-researched post, which is what I'm kind of. I'm actually gonna save that for later. Anyways, what was my Google search? How do I change? I already did this one. Okay. Automate noobs. Again, I want to do the opposite of this. Okay. Single boot system. Oh. Okay. No, I don't want to change my bootloader. That is totally true. Strager, you're definitely right. Well, again, the OS is from scratch, and I did that all from scratch. But this is now I'm working with like the ROM. This is read only memory things I'm working with now. Right now I'm dealing with the Actually, I can show you this. The what is it called? EEPROM Raspberry Pi 4. So this is what I'm doing right now. So The OS is from scratch. I'm messing with the bootloader right now to try to get that. And a lot of the stuff I couldn't change if I wanted to. To be fair, some of the stuff that I am working with now I could change, but like my operating, the kernel, all that stuff, that's me. Um, right now it's like the actual like, you know, or for example, like which CPU mode to set it to, like when it starts up, because the Raspberry Pi 4 can either like there's a there's a flag inside the actual physical processor that says whether or not to do it in 32 or 64-bit mode. So a lot of those things I don't have any control over. Something that's very sad is that we were talking about just a few seconds ago. We're we were talking about those bin files, um, and I mused over after this project was done of making my operating system from scratch, of also doing a bootloader from scratch. But unfortunately, some of the stuff here, like a lot of like for example the bootcode.bin and like the start stuff, like the startx.elf, these are actually proprietary. And this is made not by the Raspberry Pi Foundation, it's made by Broadcom that makes the actual chips in here, and it's proprietary. So, oh, do I have something embarrassing here? Uh, doesn't look like I did anything too criminal, right? Yeah, okay, I think I'm good. You scared me though when you said I had nice favorites. Oh my gosh, dude, you're so. I literally. Okay. I was like wondering what you were talking about. I was like, what's wrong? And then, okay. That's not very smart. Okay. Anyways, what I meant to say is that this stuff here is unfortunately proprietary. So I couldn't change this if I wanted to. But again, maybe I should go over like the different, the different strata um of a computer, like how you can have like ROM, and then you might have like an init RAM file system, and then like like that's with a bootloader, and then that launches the kernel and the OS, right? The those are very different. I definitely made my operating system completely from scratch, right? But the actual physical hardware, like I can't I'm not building my own computer. You know what I'm saying? You should write your own CPU firmware. Yeah, so that's the sort of stuff that's in here, that CPU firmware. The answer to that is only if you help me. That would be so cool, like to learn something entirely new, like with the stream, like as a project. Like if I could like like if I had like a stream like topic for like a few weeks, where it's literally like something I had no idea about, and it's just like the chat teaching me something, like CPU firmware, like sounds pretty hard, but I wouldn't know. All right. Anyways, back to Safari. Actually, CPU firmware is a joke. They keep that locked down. Okay, never mind then. Well, why didn't I just build my own CPU? Okay. Okay, they're telling me to install a different bootloader. I am just going to reboot. So I'm going to keep the stream. Okay, so I'm gonna try. Wait, let me make sure I did this right. So again, all the stuff I need is in here. This looks legit, except for that folder there. I don't know what folder. Oh, I gotta change it. Dang it. At least I caught myself this time. So just to make sure I did everything right, here's this. Everything in here looks okay, except I don't know what folder does. Hopefully that shouldn't matter, but it might. It might, because I actually do. I lied. I do sort of know what the mount/OS stuff is in there, but I think that only matters if you're installing it. I could be wrong. Sager, I gotta get a have fun loading your booter. Thank you so much, Sager. Have a good one, dude. Again, if there's anything like you want to talk about, or you want me to explain, or if there's anything you want like me in the stream to like learn together, or, again, even like physics or stuff like that, like, definitely I'll do it. Okay. So that's installed os.json. Then here's this. All right, I'm gonna do it. All right, let me switch this to something entertaining that you guys can look at. All right, maybe I could even like. Now this is super ghetto right now, so ghetto alert. All right, so again, just to explain to you guys, if this works, right, you'll see the picture on the screen, right? You'll see this. How do I copy this? You'll see this, right? If it doesn't work, then it should just boot into Raspberry Pi like normal. All right. And all right. And here we go. And here we go. Did I forget something? I probably forgot something, and now I'm gonna like break my computer. All right, no signal. That's not good yet. Also, another way I can tell when the system turns on is because I have this keyboard. It's RGB, and when it turns on, like when the keyboard gets power from the computer, it'll like light up to show that like it's turning on. So these are two different indicators we can have. This is taking a long time, right? For there to be no. Did I say reboot or shutdown? Oh, there we go. Okay. What the fuck? Do you guys see that? What's chat? Hello, chat. What's going on? Oh man, my desk is filthy. I can't believe this is like. All right. I'm going to put all my garbage on the floor, right? That'll. Okay, there's something not great, right? This is taking too long. There's a problem now. It's not booting. Okay, I'm just cleaning my desk right now. Ugh. And by cleaning it, I mean I'm putting everything on the floor so you guys can't see it. All right. Also, the keyboard's not getting any signal, right? So that's. So I think it's. I think I broke it. Just kidding. It's not. I should actually, before I make jokes, I should explain like real facts, and then I can go into joking. I was never worried about like breaking it because if this doesn't work, I can just put the SD card in my laptop and then just change that config file. Isn't this so interesting? What's going on here though? The fact that it says no signal, so it makes you think it's not working, but then it actually does like it. But then the screen goes black for a second, like it's getting a signal, and then it doesn't. You know what? I'm gonna try something. So I'm going to turn off the Raspberry Pi now. So I'm going to turn off the power. Oh, wait, So I'm going to turn off the power. All right, now I'm going to turn the power back on. Now this is what I'm imagining might be happening. What if, for some reason, the noobs like the. Okay, so blank for a second. What if the like the OS, the boot selector, what if it's there, but we just can't see it, for some reason? Um, So what I'm guessing is that we can see here what it looks like when it says select OS to boot. So I'm going to press enter and see what happens, right? Because imagine if I press enter and then it boots, because then I'll know that you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes any sense. I'll just do it. Hopefully I can press enter to boot. Okay, and I'm pressing enter. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Did that make sense? I mean, unless pressing enter doesn't do that. Like I'm looking here, like maybe if you press enter, something else happens. I get excited every time the screen goes blank. Like maybe you have to press enter like a couple times. Oh, wait a second, but not even the keyboard's not even working. Like again, if the keyboard was working, it would say like it would light up. Like if the That's so weird. The keyboard's not even working. Or if the keyboard is working, at least if the keyboard's working, it's not getting any like signal from the computer. I may need to get a shittier keyboard than this. Because maybe the keyboard's not working because like you need some like higher level like driver support to get this RGB keyboard to like correctly send signals. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's why when I'm pressing keys, nothing is happening. Does that make sense? All right, anyways, this was a failure, but all is not lost because now I'll show you guys how to fix it. Okay. So I'm taking the SD card out of the Pi, right? So here it is. There's the SD card right there, 128 gigabytes. Isn't that crazy how far like humanity has progressed? Look at this, 128 gigabytes. I shouldn't like my fingernails look so bad. I should not be like showing this off close up, but that's insane. All right, so and then I'm gonna put it in my handy dongle right here. I am plugging this dongle in. Which operating? I don't think it matters. Okay. Now I could either do this on Linux or Mac OS. Might be easier for me to do it in Linux, but it'll probably be faster for me to do this on my Mac. Okay, so here it is. So if I do, actually I don't know what it's called. Oh, I can't. Oh, dang it! I'm not showing you guys my. Okay. There we go. Um, Hang on a second. All right, I don't know. I closed this one now. It shouldn't be here anymore. All right, hang on. Transform fit to screen. Now I'm just trying to make this look nice for you guys. Sorry. Okay. There we go. All right, so I plugged the SD card into my laptop. So now what I can do is, I don't know if it's mounted. I think this is what I'm looking for. Disk 4, that looks like it. So, it doesn't say if it's mounted. I feel like, well, I can just say disk util. See, again, my stream is about teaching you guys stuff. I don't know how much you're going to be learning from this because these are like Mac commands here. Disk util mount disk /dev/ disk 4. All right. What? Oh, I will have to do this on Linux because Mac can't read ext4 partitions. But actually, wait, what's the boot partition? Yes, I will have to do this on Linux. So instead, I'll have to do disk util unmount disk /dev /disk4. Okay. Um, so instead of that, what I will do is that I will open up a VM. So let's go to VMware here. I was hoping to do this a lot faster. I didn't know it would take so long to fix this. Let's see. I'm launching Manjaro right now. Any Manjaro fans in the chat? Um, let me. How do I? Do I have to make a new scene? VMware. Oh, hang on, guys. I have to copy everything over from my other scene. I know there's a better way to do this. I know there is, but I don't know. I don't know it. Okay. Here's this junk. Now I can open. What the? There we go. Look at that. Now I can transform this to fit. Let me know if that's too small for you guys. It might be. What's my name on here? All right, this resolution may be too much for you guys to handle. This might look like absolute ass to you. All right, sorry that this probably looks really bad. Anyways, I have to go to my settings here. Where are my settings? All right. I think this is called SDC. All right, now to fix this, I can just go here to, where is the bootloader stuff? SDC5. Yup. And then I can go here, and this is probably where the problem is, right? Oh, I gotta be root. So if I switch this to be 6, right? And now I unmount it. All right, I'm a terrible streamer. I don't know how to show this to you. Okay. Anyways. Oh, and I also put Manjaro on top of everything. Okay, anyways. So now if I take out the SD card here, again, blows my mind that this is 128 gigabytes. Relevant XKCD. If somebody can post that one in the chat, I'd appreciate it, even though I think there's only like one person in the chat, but if you could post that in the chat for yourself. All right, I put the SD card back in. Now then, hopefully this works. If this doesn't work, then I'm actually going to start getting worried. All right, it's black. That normally happens. That's normal. And then we can also see if it's working by looking at the keyboard, by the way. Because the keyboard will also do things. Now this is starting to worry me. Fuck. I don't know what I did. What else did I change, guys? Does anybody remember when I messed up? Oh? Okay, never mind. It just took a second for some reason. I don't know why it took... Oh yeah, but see, there we go. The keyboard. Looking all colorful. Okay. There we are. And yes, for everybody in the chat wondering, I do use DWM. All right. All right. There we go. We're back. All right. All right. Now I'm trying to figure out if I should give up on getting that pretty bootloader stuff. Because it doesn't really matter, because it's really easy to change which one I boot into. So maybe I'll just leave it and then have to change that. But isn't that annoying that it doesn't work? Okay, whatever. I'm trying to think about how to get it to work, and there's things I can experiment with, I guess. But again, let me shut down this VM. Okay. Oh, you haven't seen it yet. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Well, I can fix that. Well, I can sort of fix that for you. So Jay, what sort of experience do you have with Linux? And I'm sorry, could you you said that you're a student right now and you're working. Um, what are you doing in school slash what's I forgot if you already told me this. But what are you doing in school slash what's your job? Oh no. Yeah. If you could remind me of that. But I will definitely show you my OS. I just there's a caveat that I need to give first, and I don't know the level of explanation I need. Do you know like what chroot is? Have you ever heard of that? Like, okay, you're a CS major, makes sense. Do you have a concentration? What? Your concentration is chroot? No, yeah, I know you were referring to that other thing I said. Oh, cybersecurity? Cool. So what chroot is that it's exactly as it sounds, right? It changes like your slash directory, because right now everything on your file system, right? I mean, slash is like the highest directory, and you can't get above slash, right? Because slash is the root, right? And importantly, every single file on your file system has to be referenced relative to this slash. So what chroot does, as the name might suggest, oh, I have a broken link there, but as the name might suggest, is that it changes your slash directory, right? So if I did like chroot like Etsy or something, right? What this does is that now the slash on my computer is now changed to be Etsy. So then everything is done relative to that. I can boot into my operating system and it's awesome. However, I don't have like SSH and especially not like tmux and stuff on there. So I wouldn't be able to stream it. So instead, what I can do is that I can mount my operating system's partition and then chroot into it. And this is what I've been spending like most of my time doing. Actually, all of my time doing in the last like week or so that I've been streaming. But but literally just today, since it was only yesterday that I was finally able to like boot into it and stuff like that. So today's the first day that I've just been sort of playing around and doing other random stuff. But so what I can do is I can do and then I have this script called and what this does is that it just mounts. So it just mounts all the things that I need to be mounted, and then you can see the last line there, it's chroots. So that's what this script does. All right. So here you are, and this is my operating system. Looks kind of similar to the old one, but I can assure you, it is much better. It does look a lot like the Slash you just saw before, because it's Linux, right? So I mean, most Linux stuff is going to look like this, plus some other random files that you can't really. Should I move my camera like here? No, but then when I look at myself, I have to look down, and that looks weird. Like, ah! Oh, snap, I just burned everything. Okay. Alternatively, I can move this over here and move this up here, and then put the chat like that. I'm using a Linux kernel, yeah. This is something else that like that I sort of knew, but definitely making my operating system. I've learned a lot more about like kernels and how they work and stuff, and just things like about kernels. And there's actually more than like one Linux kernel. There's tons of different versions of the Linux kernel. The most popular one is called like the kernel.org kernels. And kernel.org has like but like if you've used Git, I don't know if cyber people use a lot of Git, but like there's branches and stuff, and there's like a million different forks of it, but you have kernel.org. So kernel.org is like this is like by the Linux Foundation, and these kernel.org Linux, like this is like Linus Torvalds, like his branch is on here. So these are the most popular ones, and I am using the I'm hoping to make my own kernel, because again, it's from scratch, and when I say from scratch, I mean it. And I'm going to be basing it off of probably the kernel.org kernel, or some like closely related fork of it. Like something that I'm actually probably going to be doing is that I might be basing it off of the Raspbian Linux kernel, which is like similar. So Raspbian Linux kernel. So this is the Raspbian Linux kernel right here. And if you were to, and this is like just a fork of the kernel.org one, and if you look at the kernel, they're actually like very similar, almost identical, those two kernels, except that this one has support for some specific Raspberry Pi things, like the GPIO headers and some hardware stuff. It works a bit nicer with it. So I might be basing mine off of. I'm probably going to be basing it off of one of those too. But there's also like, if you've ever used like Ubuntu, right? Ubuntu doesn't use like the one on kernel.org. It tracks it, right? So it's like so on Debian, if you use their I lost my train of thought. I was talking about the Debian. Oh yeah, so if you use Git, right? Like, you know how you can like track things and stuff like that? So all of these kernels are like very related. So for example, when like the kernel is updated, so so if Linus Torvalds, if he like makes a patch to the Linux kernel, all the other kernels will apply that patch and update it to match it, but then they have their own stuff on top of it. So like if you've ever used Debian or like Ubuntu doesn't use the kernel.org kernel. they use the Debian kernel. And so Debian, again, if you look at the Debian kernel and the kernel.org kernel, they're like pretty much the same. Because it's an ARM arch, actually, that's a very, very good point. And that's something that's really difficult when it comes to making my operating system, is that so much stuff out there is for x86 or x86 64. And there's almost, well, not almost, there are communities for it, but it's a lot harder to try to make an operating system from scratch on ARM than it would be if I was doing this on Intel. But actually, the kernel, you can compile that on. You can compile because like the kernel binary, right? Like if you were to just like that .img thing, like the // or like whatever. Like if the actual compiled kernel file, you're right, that's super dependent on whether you're on Arch or x86, or whether you're on ARM or x86. But you can the kernel source code actually works for both, which is awesome. So I can get, so like again, if I go to like kernel.org, and this is what like I have done. So if I go to kernel.org, right, and I get like so if I like go here or whatever, and I clone this repo, I can build my own Linux kernel, no problem. And it'll build like, so I can run the same source code on x86 or ARM, and I'll get a Linux kernel out of it. But depending on which architecture you run it on, then you'll get a very different binary out of it. A really, really good question though. And like, yeah. Let's see. maxos.tar. Okay, so anyways, this is my operating system. Looks similar to the last one, but it's actually very different. I mean, all you're looking at here is just like names of directories. If you actually look in any of these directories, it'll be very different. It's like this will look different, looks very different. Some things look more different than others. Like something like what would look, actually a lot of this stuff does. I mean, like proc would be completely unrecognizable. Home looks different. Etsy. Actually, all of these look very different, like when you look inside, like user bin and all that stuff. Are you following a guide to build your OS, or that's also a very good question. So there's not really like a guide for doing it, but there's this book called Linux from Scratch, which is sort of like a philosophical, like, hey, you're somebody that wants to make their own operating system, but like, but how do you go about even getting started with that? So Linux from Scratch gives you a lot of like, it gives you like a lot of resources and like things to keep in mind when trying to do it. So okay, I see. So are you using a guide or just learning along the way? It's definitely both, more of the latter than the former. Like again, like let's say I was just learning along the way, right? What does that mean? You know, like again, before I started this, I had no idea how to make an operating system, right? And now I sort of do a little bit, right? So how did I go from one to the other? Well, I wanted to know how to make an operating system, so you know, so I started looking up, resources and things like that. So I have like, if you look at my computer right now, you saw that one Safari window, but I have like 12 Safari windows and like hundreds of tabs, all for this project. So it's like I'm sort of following like, so I'm using a lot of resources to figure this out. So I'm learning along the way. But then there is this book called Linux from Scratch, and if you want to learn about operating systems and how they work and how Linux works and how to use Linux better, I would 100% recommend the book Linux from Scratch. Linux from Scratch is like very that's very good. The thing is though is that, again, the book, no matter who's like going through that book, it's like you have to do tons of stuff like on your own without the book, because the book just sort of gives you like a skeleton idea of some of the components. But again, the idea of making your operating system, that should be your operating system, you know? So that's how the book is, you know, I mean, it's all about, so the book leaves most things out. Some of it is like inspire creativity, but most of it is just because it's too hard to, you know, you can't tell somebody how to make an operating system. There's too much to it and it's too variable. So I'm learning, but it sort of gives you a nice idea. The thing is that the book, what it doesn't really give things in terms of like strict instructions. Again, it's more like ideas thing. But when it does tell you instructions, like do this, those are all for x86. That's what the book was written for. It was written for x86. A version came out a couple years ago that updated for like x86 64. But there's nothing for ARM on there, which means that I have to which means that even though no matter who does the book, they have to do most things on their own. I definitely have to do most things on my own since I can't even follow most of the stuff that's in there. But definitely Linux from scratch. Very cool. Actually, I'll post it in the chat. I mean, you can Google it too. It's like, and there's only one person here, I think, but Linux from scratch. Where's the chat? Oh. So if you want to take a look at that, or this is, there it is. All right. Specifically, I guess the first and the last link is like if you're actually interested in doing something like that, check out that last link. But this is it. So this is my operating system that you're seeing now. This took me a lot of time to do. I'm over 70 hours into this project at this point. Yahoo! Oh, hey man, how's it going? Can't wait to say /Etsy/OS release. Well, Yahoo! Oh, dude, I've made a lot of progress since last time. I haven't been able to stream for the last few days, which has been unfortunate. I really wanted to, but I wasn't able to. But I've worked literally Monday and Tuesday. I spent like 7 hours. No, actually, yesterday I spent like probably 10. I spent a lot of time working on this last few days, and I made tons of progress. I'm finally able to like actually boot into it now, which is the coolest thing. But do I have? Okay, I don't have /Etsy/OS release. I know you mentioned that last time, but I'm actually at the spot now where I can do that. Like maybe I should go ahead and make an Etsy/OS release. Because I think you're actually here. You know what, Yahoo? I didn't do it because I was waiting for you. But I actually do need to do that. Because look at that. That's actually on my list of things that I need to do. So I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm going to go ahead and I guess go ahead and do that. That should be the final step. Yeah, I think I'm around that point. That's what I'm saying. Like I want to go over what I've been doing for the last few days and show you guys because I've learned a crazy amount and I definitely want to like give that knowledge to you guys. But I think like, man, should I boot into it? All right, this is gonna be really ghetto, but like, what if I? All right. See, the thing is that I want to show you. I want to show you guys, but it's like my operating system doesn't have SSH or tmux or anything, so I can't use my laptop to show it to you. Is this like visible? Can you like kind of see what's going on? Or is that like, oh geez. Okay. So if you want, I can go ahead and actually do this. So in order to, so should I say, I'm just trying to figure out how much I want to explain, because like I want to explain all this, but I'm trying to figure out like the order of things. Like, should I just show you, or should I show you a little bit of? Because I've done so much. Okay, I'll show you only the things that I'm like actively doing at the time. So to do that, so okay, very quickly. So this is what. Okay, I guess I lied, but so this is what the file structure of the SD card looks like, and what this here, right? What P7 is, this is the this partition has Raspbian on it, right? And P3 has the partition that that my operating system is on. All right. So P7 is Raspbian, P3 is my operating system. Now, if I go to the bootloader right now, so in the bootloader is sort of split between P5 and P6. So if I mount so again, so P6 is where the bootloader is, and I mount that to /mount/ SDC6, right? So here it is. So now if I do, okay, so let me explain what some of these things are. For example, so you can see here that there's this kernel.img and then like some backup files too, but kernel.img is the important one. So this kernel.img, this is the kernel, this is the Linux kernel, right? And there's this other file here called commandline.txt, right? And if we look in this file, right, actually, why don't I, okay. There it is, just so you can maybe see it a bit easier. See it, okay. So, so what this is that these are all of the parameters that are sent into kernel.img. So what the bootloader does pretty much is that it looks at this file, right, and pretty much does like dot slash. It sort of almost does like dot slash kernel.img, right, and then and then whatever it is, dwc.otg. It passes all of these values right into kernel, and that's what it does. And what you can see here is that right now it's set to launch P7, which is Raspbian. All I have to do to boot into my operating system is just change this to 3, right? Although I'm not root, so all I have to do is change this to 3. And now it will launch mine. Okay. So now with that taken care of. All right, guys. Oh man, this is probably like not gonna work. Actually, I think it will work. It worked earlier. Okay. So now if I go ahead and do reboot. All right, moment of truth. Yahoo, just before we got here, we tried making some improvements like the boot process, and we completely like bricked the we totally broke it, and I had to take out the SD card from the, like, it wouldn't boot at all, and I had to like pull out the SD card and like edit it on my laptop and stuff, so that wasn't good. So hopefully it doesn't get bricked again. All right, so no signal. That's not terrible yet, but it's not great either. Oh. Okay, here we go. So what you just saw there, that was the okay, there we go. Look at that. You can't read that, right? That's illegible. Maybe just make the font size bigger. Now it'd be a kernel parameter. I'm trying to remember which kernel parameter that is. All right, anyways, this is it. This is my operating system here. So I can log in with a root, and then I think the password is LFS. Don't hack me. And now there it is. You can see here that I'm getting, okay, let me try to change the font size real quick. I'm trying to remember where I think that's in, well, that'd probably be with the rest of the kernel stuff. So that would be an Etsy, is that in sysconfig? Is that here? I forget. Yes. Here's the font. I think there's something called size or something. Size? Or is it called font size? I need to Google whether it's called font or font size. I could look through my own documentation. I mean, I wrote the code that did that, but I don't. I need to remember this. Hang on. Oh, is that what this is? I think. Oh, dang it! You guys can't see. Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys really can't see anything right now, can you? Okay. So then I'll just change it. And, oh man, I hope this boots. Normally I like to do a lot of research before I change like some low level parameter like this. But I don't have time because I gotta show you what I'm doing. So hopefully things are just gonna work. If it doesn't work, I'm predicting what will happen is we'll probably just get a black screen maybe with nothing on it. So we'll see what happens. Now we're waiting. I think it'll say something if it doesn't work. We definitely want to be able to edit text. Oh yeah, I should explain what I did. I'm editing the console like font right there. So what that does is that's like the actual font on like the TTY. Okay, that doesn't look like it's any different at all, right? What? I'm trying to figure out what okay, so it's rebooting right now. Alright, I'm trying to figure this out. I may have to just not figure it out, though, if this takes too long. Um, okay, I figured it out. Sorry about that. Well, almost. Okay. I was trying to find the list of all the possible fonts because unlike, so maybe I should explain this. So when you're in like a graphical user interface, like in an X window sort of thing, when you're in like Word, you can dynamically change the font size to be whatever you want. Because what that's doing is that it's using like vector graphics to just sort of scale things to arbitrary sizes. I'm working on something much lower level. This is like the actual console like of the TTY itself, which doesn't have the ability to do those sorts of things. So instead, there is a hard, hard coded list of fonts. So these are that list of fonts, and I'm trying to find a big size, and so that means that each size is like a totally different font. So I'm trying to see what the largest sizes of fonts here are. For a 19. That's bigger. I may have to like install more fonts, is what I'm thinking. What's the biggest font here? I could probably find the biggest font here by doing ls and then doing awk, right? And then making the internal field separator equal to a negative. Am I doing this right? Like, and then print I don't know if I'm doing awk correctly. Can I have multiple awk people? Can I have multiple things for the field separator? Like, does that make any sense? No, that doesn't do anything. I guess I'll just have to Google it. Or maybe the man page will have something. Oh, man page for what? That's weird. Okay. Oh. Oh, sorry. To use awk with multiple things, you can just make it you can use regex in here. So it could be, I probably need to escape it. So this would be, what is it? Yes. Okay. Now it seems like the biggest thing we have is that. Oh man. So if I wanted a bigger font, I would probably have to is that what that means? I'd have to reinstall it. So if I did set font lat 4 19. Okay. I guess I gotta get more fonts. Oh, what is this? All right. Yeah, so again, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how to show this to you guys, because right now it's not really, you can't really read it. But it is cool showing it to you and like actually booting into it and trying to show it to you. I don't know how that will be possible, though. And it's like, it's fine doing it like from the CH root, you know, TBH, it's a lot of it is the same, but like there's just something about, you know, it actually being there that's cool. But alas, I don't really know how to do that. I'd probably have to install like bigger fonts, and I guess I could find some fonts. All right, whatever. It's all good, guys. I'll probably just have to reboot back into Raspbian and SSH. But you're right. Yahoo getting the Etsy/OS release is like, that's like a big step. But I think it's like I think like I'm able to boot into it now. I mean, I can do cool things that I want to show you guys, but I can't really show you. I guess no, I have no clue how I would do that. Because how would I capture like like if I was gonna somehow like just get the HDMI like from the TV? I don't know how to do that because my Mac, it has HDMI out, but you can't do HDMI in with it. So it's not like I could just plug the HDMI cable into my Mac and then do it through there. Yeah, I don't know how one would go about doing that. But like I can do cool things. So it's like I have ping, which may not seem like a big deal to you guys, but to me it's huge. So you can't see this, but if I type ping google.com, it works. This took me so long yesterday to get working. And I had to file multiple bug reports and things like that because things were broken, but I got it. So yeah, it's very cool. All right, I'm gonna reboot. So to do that, I'm going to edit /boot/commandline.txt. And I'm going to replace a 3 with a 7. And then I'm going to reboot. Why no SSH? That's a great question because I haven't gotten to it yet. That is why. Dude, I don't even have DHCP yet. I have to set a static IP because I can't ask for that yet. Yeah, I mean SSH is like on the list. That's like a high priority thing. Maybe I could work on that today. Can I work on that without? I think I can work on that from the CH root, so that's fine. Oh, last time I had it. Okay, that is a very good question that I should clarify. So what I'm doing, right, is that okay, let me do this very quickly so I can show you what's going on and explain to you what I'm talking about. Okay. So you're right. Last time I did have SSH, but let me explain to you what's going on. So as I was saying a bit earlier, right? So here's the I don't know if you're here for this, but this is the SD card, right, and all the partitions on it. So this partition right here, this is Raspbian, right? So this, like, I installed this when I got my Raspberry Pi. This is my operating system, so this is what I'm working on. And I don't know if I ever explained chroot to you, but what that does is that, as you know, everything in Linux, right, is referenced relative to like the slash directory, right? So this slash is like as high, you can't go above slash, and importantly, every single file on your file system has to be referenced relative to that slash. But so what I can do though is that I can mount, right? So I can mount, so what this is that, so what P3 is that, again, this is the operating system that I'm working on. But right now, what you're seeing right now is Raspbian. I am booted into Raspbian right now. I need to, so I got to emphasize that. So this is Raspbian that you're seeing right now, what I'm booting into. And now I'm going to mount my operating system onto it, right? Oh. And I'm going to mount this into /mount/ whatever, Linux from scratch. And now what I can do is, again, what chroot is that chroot, this lets me change my root. So if I like did chroot, like something here, like dev, right? If I did this, now every single file on my computer, right? Everything is now going to be referenced relative to that. So what I can do is that if I did chroot on my operating system, now it will change the root to be my operating system. So it's very similar to a reboot, right? It's almost like I'm booting into it, except that I'm booting into it from another operating system, right? So I actually have a script that'll do that. That'll do the chroot for me. But if you actually look at what the script does, is that it just does a bunch of stuff, right? It just mounts it, right? Because I said you have to mount, so it mounts a bunch of stuff, and then it's chroots, right? That's the last thing it does. So if I run that, right, now I'm chrooted into my operating system. So now this is my OS here. Now, the advantage of using chroot is, first of all, I used chroot earlier because I wasn't able to boot into my operating system yet. It wasn't completed to the point that you could actually boot into it. And another advantage of using chroot is that then programs that are running on like the main operating system, right, can still be running in the background after you chroot. So you said that last time I had SSH. I had Raspberry Pi, right? Raspbian comes with SSH. So what I'm doing here is that, like, first of all, if you look here, you can see that I'm on a Mac right now. So what I do is that the first thing that I do, right, is that, so I'm on my Mac, right? So I boot up my Raspberry Pi. I SSH from my Mac into my Raspberry Pi. And then I do some like tmux stuff so that the keystrokes that I'm typing on my keyboard are also typing on there. And then I chroot into the into my operating system. So I don't have SSH on there yet. All right. Now let's actually see about what should I do. Actually, the first thing like on my list is actually making an OS release thing, but I can do that a bit later. I mean, it'll be easy to do. But let's get SSH. Well, let's see. No, I don't know. I don't think SSH. I don't think it's quite. I need to install more things before I'm ready for SSH, I think. Let's look here. All right, let me. Um, let's see. Let's see what we got. What do we got? So we got some firmware, systems and groups, completion stuff. Security vulnerabilities. Okay. So, oh, dang it, I didn't switch the stream. Okay. Anyways, so what this is right here is that this is beyond Linux from scratch here. So this has some, so what this is made for is when you're done Linux from scratch, you're done making your operating system, it's like, okay, now what do you do? So this is full of like a bunch of ideas for things to do. So which sections do I need? So I guess it talks about like your Vim configurations or something. Here's some security stuff. So I think I want to start right with DHCP. So I've already got DHCP connecting to the network. Okay, so I think this is what I'm looking for. So what do we got? This is is this the right version of the book? I'm just making sure that all right, anyways. Okay, so I'll do this live and hopefully everything works. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to see if I can get DHCP to work. Oh, I didn't explain what DHCP was. Um, so what DHCP is, and if everybody in the chat already knows it, then I guess I don't need to explain it. So you can say if you know what it is. But if you don't know what it is, what DHCP does is that it assigns computers like IP addresses. So your IP address is like in your local network, you know, the address that's used to identify your machine. And what happens is that when you connect to a new Wi-Fi network, your computer will get assigned a new IP address every time it connects to a new Wi-Fi network. And the way that it does that, it uses something called DHCP, right? And it uses DHCP to go and ask the router, right? So if you join a new network, DHCP will go and ask that router, hey, I'm new to this network, I just got here. Can you give me an IP address? And then it gives you an IP address. So that's cool. And that means that each time you like try to connect to a new Wi-Fi network, you don't have to like manually set IP addresses and things like that. What I have to do right now in my operating system is that I don't have DHCP. So every time I connect to another network, I have to, and I can show you guys this. So every time I connect to another network, what I'd have to do is that I'd have to edit /etc/sysconfig / ifconfig and then whatever interface it is, so like .ef0, right? And what this does is that, so here I go and I set all the settings for that interface, and I'd have to change that every time. But with DHCP, I don't have to specify the IP address and stuff because it'll do that for me. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and try to do right now. So to do that, I will need some files. Let me read this first. So the Linux from Scratch book covers setting up networking by connecting to a LAN with a static IP address. There are other methods used to obtain an IP address and connect to a LAN in other networks, such as the internet. The most popular methods, DHCP and PPP, I've never heard of PPP, are covered in this chapter. DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It is a network used by many sites to automatically provide information such as IP addresses, subnet masks, and routing information to computers. If your network uses DHCP, you will need a DHCP client in order to connect to it. PPP stands for point-to-point protocol. Is a data link. Phone line. The fuck? Okay, I'm not worried about PPP. So DHCP is an implementation of the DHCP client specified by RFC 2131. A DHCP client is very useful for connecting your computer to a network which uses DHCP to assign network addresses. DHCP strives to be a fully featured yet very lightweight DHCP client. So it's cool that now I'm starting be beyond Linux from scratch. And it's cool. So pretty much what this is, what Beyond Linux from Scratch is that once I'm already done with my operating system, this is just a book that's just full of like different things to download. Like it's full of instructions for building different tools because they hope that by the time you're done with your operating system, you have all like the minimum stuff, and now you can go ahead and start trying to do other things. So first I need to get, oh, you guys can't see my computer. Okay, so first well, I guess it was a good thing I was reading out loud then. So I'm going to go ahead and get this. I actually don't have wget on my operating system. That's another thing that I'm going to have to install and stuff later on. Actually, let's see. Who makes this? Marbles. So, welcome a DHCP. It's also an IPv4. So here it is on GitHub. Here's the configuration. All right, so this is how you configure it, but I got to know how to build it. See building. So this is, I think, this is how a lot of this section is going to go, where there's something I want to install, right? So then I go on GitHub or something, and I just look at the documentation. So what I'm doing right now is that I found, so this here is that, so thankfully, what this does is that the book here gives us a good example of a DHCP client for us, and then I'm gonna go research it and figure out how to do it. So here are the building instructions. Init systems. Okay. So it seems like a lot of the steps are sort of, you can figure that. Okay. Oh, this is something I'll need to, I think the libexec directory, that's an option I'll need to use. And probably also the DB directory. Okay. I think now that I have those, I can go ahead and get it. But again, since I don't have wget, in order to download this, I'm going to jump. Let me switch back. I'm going to jump out of my operating system for a little bit. So I'm not, right? So now I'm back on the Raspberry Pi. Actually, a better way to do this is just to ch it again and then just open up like a new window or something. That's probably, So on the left is my operating system, right? And then on the right is my Raspberry Pi. And what does change do? Oh, chage. What chage does is change user password expiry information. Vim Okay, so what I'm going to do now is that I think there's a newer version available. So I'm going to get version 8.1. So I'm going to do cd /mount / sources. And then I'm going to do wget. So here's 8.0.3. I'm going to get version 8.1.0. There we go. So now I don't need to be in this. All right. So now all I needed the Raspbian OS for was to download it, and now I can jump back to my OS. Wait, where did I put it? DHCP. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Alrighty. So now with so now I'm gonna go ahead and try to make it. So let me get this documentation back up. Okay. Let me read some more about how this works now. So let me do /configure and then help. And then I'm gonna put this into less. So what does configure do? Configure configures this package to that. Okay. So the libexec directory I'm going to need to change because I'm not going to put it in not in prefix /bin. I'm going to put it in /lib/bin. What else I need to change? This stuff looks good. Where's the DB directory? That's weird. Because here they don't mention anything about a database directory. But then but here in the documentation for DHCP, they do. See, look, database directory. Isn't that kind of weird? So is that an option or no? Because I think I need to change it because I don't know what their default database directory is, but it's probably different than what I decided to do with my OS. Because what I actually decided to do is a bit different. I decided to change stuff up from what most OSs do. So, anyways, /. I'll see if that option exists. So I know I do need to change the libexec directory to be /DHCPD, and then I'll see if this works. So the database directory dbdir is var lib dhcpd. All right. Okay, I think look at this. I think I found another problem that I need to submit a report for, right? Because in the configure, see, look, they don't mention the database option at all, but they mention it. They mention it here in their build, like in DHCP's build guide. So Okay. I may need. Should I do a pull request for this? Like, should I actually try to fix it? I did get the newest version, right? What branch is this? Well, there's a slightly newer version. Okay, I'm gonna look at this, the newest version, and see if that problem's still there, because I actually didn't get the newest. Well, why don't I go ahead and get the newest version? Where's configure? How does the help thing work? Like, if I run /configure help, if I look at Binder or something, yeah. So I think I'm gonna go ahead probably after this stream and maybe submit a pull request to them, unless it's like supposed to be. No, but there's an option there that they didn't have that's important for people. dbdir will be for the DHCP server. Oh, wait, we got somebody new. Steve Finlayson. Hey, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for joining. I normally ask people that join if they have any programming experience or nothing's about Linux, but it seems like you clearly do. That is pretty useful. So that's for the DHCP server. So that doesn't really matter to me if I'm just making a DHCP client. But my question is, right, is that, and thank you, Steve, because you seem like a knowledgeable guy. They say here, oh, where is it? In their build guide, they say that there's an option here for like dbdir, right? By the way, this should have 2 ticks in front of it because I think that's another, right? But anyways, they mention this option here, right? But then when I actually like look at if I run like the configure help, right? If I read the configure help, it doesn't mention that option. I'm reading the server docs. Am I reading the server docs? I know because DHCPD, what you would think that's like, oh, the daemon for like the server, but it says here that this is a client, as well as the book here mentions this is the place to find the client. Yeah, I get that there's a client and a server, and that the client, like the server would be like assigning the IP addresses, and then the client's the one that like asks for it and then receives the response and then sets its own IP address accordingly. Um but you're saying, so the build guide, when I build this, right? Like what I just did, right, is that I just did this /configure, right? I think this I'm guessing this would be for both the client and the server if this comes with a DHCP server with it. Oh, I didn't. I gotta switch my thing. So like this command here that I just ran, this should be for the client or the server. And that doesn't change the fact that I ran this, right? And I used this dbdir command, or this dbdir option, and it worked, right? It like this option successfully changed something in the output, right? But when I do this, it's not documented. It's not documented here, even though I was able to use this option and it worked. And on top of that, in their build guide, they mention this option in their build guide. And then super on top of that, here in the configure thing, you can actually find, see, look, dbdir. So it's an option here, right? But it's not documented when you run help. Like, so here's dbdir, right? And then if I look for something else that like, is there like libexecdir, right? They actually, so here's the help. So here, if you look at the help, it mentions all the stuff here, but not dbdir. So all I'm asking if that's a bug, or not a bug, but if that's a mistake. And if that is a mistake, I should probably try to fix it, right? I could actually, oh yeah, I forgot. On GitHub, I could probably change it right now, right? I should probably change my stream title to pull requests live. Watch me make pull requests. Okay, I'm gonna look for help. There's only one result. What? It's not searching in there. Help. Am I wrong? Should I not try to make this pull request? It seems like this should be listed here. That's what I'm thinking. Because that's where I've been putting a bunch of my like database stuff. So db there equals. Oh no. I hate embarrassing myself on the internet. So let me know if I shouldn't be doing this. So what this is that this is the database, right? Database. Should I what's a good description? Chat, help me. Especially you, Steve. Apparently the networking expert, which is awesome because that's why I made this channel. You know, like I really enjoy learning stuff from the chat, and I've had some really smart people in here. And like networking, like I know things about networking. I mean, I was able to, at least I knew what DHCP was. But if it seems like if you know like more about this than I did, then that's like awesome, and I really want to like I want to extract your knowledge. So what should I say? Is this the like DHCP database of IP addresses? Like what should I put here? Maybe I should say yeah, maybe DHCP database. Although none of the other ones have DHCP in them. Right? So maybe it should just say database, but then that's so short. And then let's see what this defaults to. Okay, so it defaults to this. Okay. Wait, where did the help go? Okay. And then wait, what is state dir? Like, is there a nicer name for that? State dir is /var. Okay. Actually, I think it's just one. Or is it one space over? Okay. Am I about to embarrass myself on the internet by making this pull request and then people are like, are you stupid? That's so wrong. Or does this make sense? Ugh. I feel like, and it fits the format of the other ones. I'm gonna do it. I'm going to file a pull request. Unless the chat tells me I'm making a mistake otherwise. But they're not telling me anything. So what is this doing? Added documentation for undocumented option. DB there. So what does this do? Is that even what it does? Is dbdir the I'm guessing the reason that I decided to change it is because in the file system, like regular standards for Linux called FHS, the databases should be in var/lib and not var/db, which is where this tries to install by default. There's a client and server. Yeah. So the dbdir option is used to specify file location. Well, is to specify the location of the DHCP database. The default /var/db is not FHS compliant and is not compliant, so some may wish to change this to /lib/ or to /var/lib. The dbdir option is used to specify the location of the DHCP database. The default /var/db is not FHS compliant. So some may wish to change this to /var/lib. All right. Hopefully you guys got my back, and people on the internet are not gonna make fun of me for this. See, it's also the only one here that has the statedir thing, so that's also concerning to me. You know, like maybe they don't post things that has like a state, like maybe they don't document all the stuff. What else has statedir? Maybe I'm like, I know I'm being like super like insecure right now, but yeah, you know, there's other things here, right? I mean, rundir, there's no documentation for that, right? Oh shoot, wait. Ah. Although there's not even an option for that. Oh yes, there is. Yes, there is. Oh Jesus. Okay. Does that mean I should also add documentation for rundir? Okay. LFS. This is a useful thing. Let me read what you're saying. Well, LFS says prepare DHCPD for compilation. /configure/ what? Oh, that's a backslash. Oh, those are just new lines that you copied and pasted. I see. Dot slash configure prefix is equal to user spender. Doesn't really say that. Oh wait, it does agree with me. It does say to use the dbdir thing. But what is the sysconf directory and stuff? Is that legit as well? Um, can you post the link in the chat for that? Because that would be very cool. I mean, that's again, Linux from scratch is like a very good resource. All right, I'm still gonna go with this, the state dir thing, even though it's But then should I also add rundir? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what? The run directory doesn't matter because that's going to be changed dynamically, right? I mean, run, that's going to be, but then that should be changed by those people. Okay. Oh, CLFS. Okay, that's different. Okay, let's see what we got here. Whoa, what version is this? Is a okay. The thing is though, well, it may just be a difference in opinion for some of these, right? I mean, wait, where? Oh no, where did I post your link? Where did I? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I have too many freaking tabs open. So I see what you're saying. But this is also I don't know if that's necessary, some of these things. Like the SBIN directory, isn't that like what is it by default? Yeah. And then see, so look, you don't if you set your SBIN directory to just be /SBIN, that's already the default here is to make it /SBIN because I think the prefix is nothing by default. Prefix is yeah. So that doesn't matter. The sysconf directory /prefix /etc. What did they say to do? Yeah, /etc. So that's the same. The only two things that are actually different are those two. I think those are the only things that would change. Also, this is for an older version of DHCP, but this is for CLFS too. I mean, it shouldn't matter for this. I mean, this might even be better since I'm doing it on ARM, but I think okay. Like the version that I'm looking at here is like version 7, I think. All right. What I'm thinking is that, but either way, there's still an undocumented option. I know I'm like jumping all over the place, but this is an undocumented option, right? So I just documented it. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not. This is undocumented, and I documented it. So what's wrong with that? The only thing is that then there could be another thing too, right? The rundir, which I'm not familiar with. But I guess the run directory is also important, right? Where is that used? Yeah, so that's used in some places. And that's used here. So that is, render is an option. But it's like, should I document that? You know what? I think my pull request is fine. It's fine, right? Okay, sorry for wasting all you guys' time. I'm just gonna. I just always get, what's it called? Like not low self-esteem, not conscientious. I get insecure. That's the word. I get insecure whenever I do pull requests. Okay, I think I'm just gonna document this, and everything's gonna be okay, and hopefully nobody will hate me. Oh, is this a? Do they use spaces and not tabs? Oh, that would have gotten me into trouble, right? Okay. Anyways. Yeah, fuck it. Okay. Propose file changes. Okay. Anyways, so back to here. But thanks, Steve, for those compilation things. I actually think I could have done what you said, or I could have done what I said, and I think it's the same thing. I think they might have changed that in one of the newer versions. Because like this is cross Linux from scratch. What I normally like to do, and this is something that I've had to do a lot while going through this, since I'm doing this on a Raspberry Pi, which is ARM. So I've read a lot of the cross Linux from scratch book. Normally what I do is that for all of the is that I'll look at what the regular Linux from scratch book says, and then I look at the cross Linux from scratch and see how they're different, because the regular Linux from scratch is like way more up to date, right? And then what I do, so I follow what's in the Linux from scratch book, and then I look at cross Linux from scratch and see the thing that's like related to cross compiling. So since this doesn't really have to do with cross compiling, and then what does Linux from scratch say? Okay, so this is the regular Linux from scratch, and then do they have? Oh, they do have up. So they say this, right? Okay, yeah, and then it's this because you have to change this because of the FHS thing, right? Yup. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is interesting though, because something that I can't show you right now, since I'm booted into the Raspberry Pi, but like if I do date here, you can see the date and it's right, and that's cool. But actually, when I boot into my OS like natively without using chroot, the date's actually like 1969 or whatever. And the reason for that is it's two reasons. The first reason is that the Raspberry Pi doesn't have a hardware clock on it. Um, well, actually, that's like, yeah. So it's because it doesn't have a clock on it. And so the way that my Raspberry Pi knows what time it is that it uses something called NTP, which Steve may know more about than I do. But what I know about NTP is that NTP is just a way of, wait, if I know what NTP is, that's a way of getting like what time it is from the internet. So actually, most of your devices do this, like your phone and your laptop or whatever. They get what date and time it is from the internet, and then once they get that time, they can use the internal clock to sort of figure out what the new time is, and then every so often they'll reach back out to the internet to make sure they have the right time. Am I totally wrong? Is NTP something different? Network time protocol sounds legit, right? Network time protocol. So what I'm reading here is that there's this option called with hooks or with hook, And then to install some configuration files, such as ntp.conf. And the thing is that I don't have NTP set up yet on my OS. So does that mean that if I want NTP to work with DHCP, I will first have to install NTP and then install so I'll have to first install NTP and then install DHCP and then use this hook option when I'm compiling it or configuring it. Maybe? Okay, whatever. I'll do this without NTP for now and I can recompile it later if I need to. Sound like a plan? All right, let's get back to the documentation here. But thanks so much, Steve. That's actually super useful. And I will definitely use that later. Okay, anyways, so I already ran the configure script. Here's my stuff. All right. Let me get the chat back up so I can read that. Okay. So, also check if bind is a dependency. Oh no. No, Steve! You're too late. It looks like it. I made it fine. You think it may give off like hidden errors over time? You may actually be right. Wait, where are dependencies? Do they list dependencies? Where would they list something like that? Well, it compiled fine, but just to make sure, like that, wouldn't it tell me? Right, it would tell me like somewhere nearby where the dependencies are. Let's see if Linux like talks about it. Okay, so what this means here is that DHCP, as we have just discovered, doesn't have any like strict dependencies, which means you can compile and run it and it'll be fine. But it actually does have optional dependencies, and this may be okay. So these optional dependencies are LLVM, which is weird. Doesn't GCC work fine? Why would LLVM be needed? NTP, cronid, and YP bind. Oh, wait, you said something about bind, right? Is YP bind the same thing? So does this mean what should I do here? Should I install the dependencies first? Should I get that working? I'll get that working. Okay, NTP. I'm going on the flipping rabbit hole right now. Okay. Like what is that? What are those? Okay. So I need IO socket SSL. What is this? Makes using SSL/TLS much easier by wrapping the necessary functionality into the familiar IO socket. Wait, is this like a C++ thing? Why are there 2 colons here? Does anybody? I ask everybody that's new to the stream if they've ever programmed before, but has anybody in the stream ever programmed before with socket, like with this, with SSL? Is this saying that like, is this some kind of like C++ namespace thing? They're optional. Yeah, I know they are optional, but like, what do they do? Like, okay, well, NTP is probably something that I want, right? Because there are no required dependencies, and as we can see here, it does like compile just fine. But there are optional dependencies, right? And I would like to have NTP at some point anyways. So and since it says that I have to specify these anyway, right? Since I have to specify something like NTP anyways, I may as well do this first. I don't know what cronid and YP bind are. You may know since you mentioned it. Could always compile again if you need it. I know. But if I have to compile it again, I know that this is something that I want. But the thing, so I know that so again, the NTP package contains a client and server to keep the time synchronized between various computers over a network. This package is the official reference and implementation of the NTP protocol. Okay. But in order to do this, I require this thing called IO socket. And what this IO socket thing is that it makes using SSL/TLS much easier by wrapping the necessary functionality into the IO socket interface and providing secure defaults whenever possible. This package, okay. I think I already have make, right? Wait, what is make CA? Holy crap, dude. There's so many dependencies. Public key infrastructure is a method to validate the authenticity. Okay. Public key infrastructure is a method to validate the authenticity of an otherwise unknown entity across untrusted networks. PKI works by establishing a chain of trust rather than trusting each individual host or entity explicitly. In order for a certificate presented by a remote entity to be trusted, that certificate must present a complete chain of certificates that can be validated using the root certificate of the certificate authority that is trusted by the local machine. Establishing trust with a certificate authority involves validating things like company addresses, ownership, content, and ensuring that the certificate authority has followed best practices such as undergoing periodic security audits by independent investigators and maintaining an always available certificate revocation list. There's a law outside the scope. The certificate store provided here is taken from the Mozilla Foundation. What? Do I really have to do this? Why do I need this? And it still hasn't even explained what make CA is, right? The make CA script will download and process the certificates. Why do I? It says the make script will download and process the certificates included in certdata.txt file for use as trusted anchors. Okay, I don't need to trust things though. So why does it say that it's required? Oh, because it's an SSL thing. Wait, why do I need SSL? I'm just trying to figure out what freaking time it is, right? I just want NTP. Why do I need this? You know what I'm saying? I feel like I shouldn't need this. Although again, it is for SSL. But I really just want NTP. And then these optional things. You know what, Steve? I'm agreeing with you. It's optional. I don't need it right now. What is this YP bind that you mentioned that I might need though? Is this important? Multi-thread daemon maintaining the NIS binding informations. What is that? What is NIS? NIS. Network Information Service is a client originally called Yellow Pages. Huh. Is a client, or YP, that makes sense. YP bind, Yellow Pages bind, is a client server directory service protocol for distributing systems such as user and host names. Okay. So the reason that I might need YP bind is to distribute information about DHCP, like a DNS sort of thing, like to distribute information about which machines have like certain like DHCP host names or something. The client for distributing systems such as, like, again, I know that I don't need YP bind, right? Because if I needed YP bind, it would be listed. But it's like, should I have it? It's like, is this really necessary? It's like, will the behavior of DHCP be different? What is this? I already looked at that. Like again, is YP bind? Will that make DHCP like a lot better? Wait, what is Cronny as a version? Okay, I'm officially confused. What's the difference between Cronny and NTP? Because it seems like Cronny is doing NTP, so why should it say I need NTP and Cronny D? Or is it saying I need one of these? No, it has and here. It has and. So it says I need all of them. Yeah, that makes sense because I need SSL for some NTP service. Does that technically wait? If what you're saying is true, do all NTP servers require SSL? I mean, it says that it's required, but what if I like installed NTP without that? And like, there's probably some point in configuration where like you have to input the URL of like that NTP server. So what if I just use some insecure NTP server? That's probably like not good, but okay. Moral of the story, I don't need to have any of these. It just seems like YP bind might be nice, and NTP would definitely be nice, so I can have the right time. All right, whatever. All right, I was able to make it. Let me. Again, thanks so much, Steve. You're actually like super helpful. I really like having people like you in the chat. All right, so I was able to make it just fine. So let's see if it worked. Did it work? Result 0? Does that like return 0? Like, okay, I think it worked, right? That means it worked. Yeah, just compile. Yeah, I know. You're right. All right. What is this? We need to remove the old MTU change script if we at all can. Okay. What are these hooks? Oh, so I can specify these. Oh, that's so easy. Wait, and if I don't use, so this option here that it mentions with hooks, right? You can optionally install more hooks. So I have to specify these explicitly. So like even though I have this directory here of all the hooks, none of these were installed. Well, where would these be installed to anyways? Oh, some of them are installed actually automatically. But some of them aren't. Like, what the heck is test? Return, look up hostname. Okay, that's installed by default. But what's hostname? Should that be there? I feel like hostname is like an important hook to have in there, right? Set the hostname from DHCP data. Well, I should have this, right? I mean, shouldn't I like? Because like I know how sometimes like my laptop has like a host name, And most of the places that I go, it'll keep that host name. But when I go to school and I'm on campus, it shrinks it, like it shrinks my host name like a bunch. It makes it a lot shorter. So I guess sometimes that's important. And it says here what this script does, or what this hook does, is that it sets the host name from DHCP if required. I'm guessing what if required means is that if DHCP tells it to change its name. So always load the host name. Set host name. Like, it's not even a very long thing. I'm just wondering if I need that. Well, I guess I don't need it, but like, okay, what is lookup host name? Lookup host name and DNS. Look up the host name. Well, oh, do I even have DNS on here? Whatever. Okay. All right. You know what? I got it installed. That's what's important. All right. Now it's looking through here. It did install some configuration files. Right. So let's go through these configuration files. Okay. Hang on one second. All right. I'm back. Oh gosh. What other options are there? So there are these config files that I'll probably need to look at. If our host name, what? Allow users of this group to interact. Use a hardware address. What is DDNS? I know what DNS is. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh, you guys can't even see. Okay, I was reading the documentation. So it looks like dynamic DNS. Okay. Dude, why does it need to be dynamic? Why can't you just say DNS? You know? Well, I guess it may not always be dynamic, but all right. So it says here that in order to get this to work, other people have said that they need some boot scripts. So let's see what these boot scripts are, and then we'll start reading through the source code. That does not seem right. Okay. There we go. So what's in here? I'm reading you. This package contains the boot scripts that are mentioned. The script cannot be installed independently, but need to be installed in conjunction with a compatible for various installed targets that are mentioned. What? Okay, that's cool. Like for no IP, internet accounts without static IPs. Ah, thank you so much. Again, literally, I'm pretty sure I have the best chat in all of Twitch. Pretty sure. Alright. So what sorts of things are in here? Well, what's this? Nothing. How does this work? Oh. Oh, this doesn't really do much. Oh, these just sort of make directory? Oh, no. Okay, these don't really do that much installing. They're just copying files. They're just copying files. Okay. Oh man, there's hella stuff here. Cool. Uninstall Exonet. Okay, these are all the uninstall stuff. Alright, where's all the DH stuff? DH client, I don't know what that means. Install service, DHCPD. Okay. So what I'm guessing this is saying. Alright, hang on guys, just trying to figure out how this all works. That can't be right. Can it? Okay. Oh, I keep on forgetting to change the... You guys gotta tell me if I'm like talking about things that you can't see. Right. So here's something related to DHCP. And install service DHCPD. And what this does is that it installs this thing. Okay, anything else related? Oh, create DIRs. Well, where's just install DHCP all? Is that a thing? Okay, I don't know how this works. Anyways, so what this does is that this Alright, I'm gonna have to open another tab. Okay, so what I'm looking at here is that I'm just trying to figure out what this stuff does. I don't like installing things that I haven't read like the source for. So I'm gonna try to read the source for these, and these are scripts, so it's like they should be easy, you know what I'm saying? So if there's anything I should do this for. I don't know what DHC client is. Okay. But anyways, so there's this thing here called okay. Yeah, I think that's what it's doing. I'm just trying to see what this is. So slash services. Okay. I think. Yeah, I think you're right, Steve. I think it has to do with that. Slash services slash DHC. What is this? I don't even know what DHC client is. Is that short for DHCP client or? Okay, I don't think this has anything to do with DHCP. Well, it's talking about like DNS stuff, but you know what? I still think it's different. What doesn't seem to be different though would be the DHCP D. Begins originally based upon adapted for DHCP call with. And then where is this gonna put it? This is gonna put it in libdir. Where the heck is my libdir? Libdir dester lib slash service. Oh yeah, I knew that. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna put it in lib services. Okay. Install service DHC. Okay. So what does this do? So you're right. I think it is an init descript. I mean, it'll probably call it somewhere. I mean, it's also calling this. So it is an init.d thing. I'm just trying to figure out what it does. So Steve, you seem to have some. You posted the CLFS link earlier. Have you ever done anything with Linux from scratch before? Test to see if there's a stale PID file. Okay, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It takes arguments? Oh, I guess it's a service, right? Stopping DHCP. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I never thought of DHCP like per each interface, but it makes sense because you'd need an IP address for each interface. If DHCP stop, then okay, so it just kills. Okay, so all this is doing is that you have the command here, right? This is what I installed is /sbin/dhcpd, right? What this script is doing, if I'm not mistaken, is that if you say to stop DHCP, it kills the process. I don't know what this PID file thing is about. What is this? /var /run /. Is this just like a list of all the processes that are, like a list of all the PIDs that the DHCP process has? Whatever. So if you say to stop it, it stops it, right? And that's it. There's not like an up option. Oh, the first one is up. Oh, so this is like I was making this way too complicated. The script is super simple. It's just if you say up, it runs this, right? So it brings it up. And if you say stop, it stops it. That's it. Okay, that's a super basic. So that does is very basic. Oh, shoot. What else are there any other DHCP things that this thing does? Creators. Didn't I, hang on a second. Wait, what's the difference between install service DHCPD and install DHCPD? Yes, you're right. I was looking at the name, but I didn't actually look at what it does. So all this is doing is that it's copying the init files. Yeah. It's just copying the init files. It's setting the sysconfig stuff up. And then it's linking the init stuff into the actual run levels where it's run. So that means I have to do both of these. Okay, cool. All right, sorry for taking a super long time with that, but now I can do make install service DHCPD. No, hello? I must have spelled it wrong. Make install service DHCP Oh, DHCP CD. What is CD for? Okay, whatever. No, wait, does this, okay, let me look at the make file again real quick. I'm just does this make file run? Does it also run this, or do I have to run this on my own? So what it looks like, oh, hang on one second.
Oh my gosh, guys, I am so sorry. Probably everybody's gone now, I'm guessing. Oh, people are still here. I did not expect that. I am super sorry. Yes, I am alive. Yeah, really, really sorry about that. Might be. Okay. Yes, I am alive. Thanks. Sorry again about that. So, how was class, dude? Oh wait, no, you weren't the one that went to class. You went to class. Oh no, that was Buren. Okay, never mind. No, I know you don't go to class. Oh yeah. Dude, you're too smart for class. I know everything. My headphones died, so I have to use my computers. Mike, hopefully that's not too bad. Well, what do you do, Strager? Like, are you in school? Are you not in school? I don't even know. When have I been streaming? I guess that doesn't work. Okay, never mind. You troll people on the internet? Fun employed? Nice. Alright, anyways, before all that nonsense, what I was doing is I was trying to get DHCP working. Up and running. So, let's get back to that. So I can set that up here. Got that open. I'm trying to get all my chat ready again. Okay. So what was I doing? I was working my way through this make file. And I'd done this, and then I was, yes, okay. So I was figured out what all this stuff is. Now I think I already installed the other thing, right? I mean, like, wait. Slash services to lib there, which is then slash. Yes. And all this does is that it just brings it up and down. Now I think I have to simulate that. Let's see, it executes hook scripts. Okay. Now what I'm wondering is that do I also then need will I also need, so there's this, right? And all this does is that it installs this one file. But this won't make it get run, right? This doesn't get run on startup because it doesn't say that it is. I think I'll need to tell init to do that. Yeah, I will have to tell init, right? Yeah, I gotta tell init. Of course I gotta tell init. So I'll do that in a second. So whenever DHCP configures or shut down a network interface, it executes hook scripts. So I think some of those hook scripts got installed. Oh, Steve, hey. Sorry about that earlier. Yeah, I know it's in like, but it's, oh, what the? Yeah, so I know that's here. I'm just saying that I gotta put them there. So I think that's what this does, right? DHCP. So that's what this does, is that it puts everything in the right spot. So I gotta do this. So install DHCP. Is that what this was called? I guess so. All right. So now what I can do is that if everything's working, now I can edit the slash, hopefully now I can edit this, right? And so that now it should still activate on, but now the service shouldn't be this, it should be DHCPD. Yay. Alright, does that need to be in quotes? It probably doesn't matter, right? The IP. So now I don't need to set this, right? I can quote the stuff out, right? Because this is just shell stuff. So I don't need IP. Do you need gateway? Like, do I need to tell it though where it is? Or can DHCP also find that? Does that make sense? Like do I need a gate? It'll probably tell it the prefix, right? I probably don't need the prefix. But do I need to tell it? Honestly, it probably doesn't need gateway. I think the main thing I'm wondering, it doesn't need broadcast. It doesn't. It does, right? Because it needs to know where to send the DHCP request to. So it doesn't need to know broadcast. Okay. Thank you, Strager. How does it automatically find the gateway? That's interesting. Like, does it just... How does that work? Anyways. Okay, what is the CD thing? Why is it DHCP CD? Oh, C is client. DHCP client. Damon. Got it. DHCP is an CD is an implementation of the DHCP client. DHCP gets the host information from a DHCP server and configures the network interface of the machine on which it is running. DHCP CD then runs the configuration script which writes DNS information to resolve conf. If available, otherwise directly to etsy/resolveconf. If the host name is currently blank or localhost, the force host name is yes or force name. The DHCP sets the host name to the one supplied by the DHCP server. DHCP then daemonizes and waits for the lease renewal time to lapse. It will then attempt to renew its lease and reconfigure if the new lease changes when the lease begins to expire or the DHCP sends a message to renew early. If any interface reports a working carrier, then DHCP CD will try to obtain a lease before forking through the background. Any interface reports a working... Okay, I don't know what that means. Otherwise, it will fork right. This behavior can be modified to B and W wait IP options. DHCP CD is an implementation of the bootp client, is an implementation of IPv6. DHCP is of DHCP v6. When instructed to do so, local link. Yup. If you guys wanted to tune in to the most exciting stream on Twitch, you got it right here. I should change the title to Reading Man Pages. See, how does it automatically find the broadcast? That doesn't make any sense. Local link fails to approach for valid IPv4. Once obtained, it restarts the process. Okay, hooking into events. I'm going to read this part now. DHCP runs lib, DHCP run hooks are the script runs each script found in lib DHCP/DHCP hooks in a lexical order. Okay. More scripts are supplied. You can install 29 lookup host names so that can look up the host name of the IP address in DNS if no host name. Huh. That's cool. Wait. If DHCP broadcasts to like alt Fs, then what do you need the broadcast address for? Alright, this doesn't actually have what I was hoping it would have. I was hoping to look at what I need in my ifconfig file. You know what I'm saying? That is disappointing. I will Google it instead. So it mentions DHCP start. Dang it. Cat. Oh, I see. I'm looking at the... okay. You know what? That part that I said that I didn't need, maybe I do need. Alright, what do I want? Okay, so I want it to be in the background. What else do I need? So K, I'll need that. I'll need the K option when it stops. Okay. So Strager says the broadcast address configuration is for broadcasting to all nodes in your subnet. I think your router would not repeat. What does that mean by repeat? I honestly... You're starting to figure me out, Strager, that I don't know things about networking. Although, Steve, aren't you like a network engineer? I'm sorry, I may be getting you confused with that. Or X? Network engineer? No, that was Spartan. Never mind. Wouldn't it be easier with a static IP anyways? It would definitely be so much easier. So what this K does is that this causes an existing running to release its lease and deconfigure the interface regardless of the P. If no interface is specified, then this applies to all interfaces in the master mode. So I'll need the K option, right, when I should. By the way, again, I'm looking at options to put in the init script. So I'll need that K option. Lease time, master, metric, rebind, renew, option, persistent, request, inform 6, static. What's the point of having a static DHCP value? That looks like, okay, wait. Okay, and probably the quiet option too. All right. So, wouldn't it be easier with static IP anyways? I mean, it would, but you need DHCP, right? Well, it depends what you mean, right? By easier. I mean, on my network, yeah. I mean, because I already, I could just set these manually. I mean, as I already did, and it works fine. So in that sense, it's easier, but in the sense of like portability, it's definitely not easier. Having to like figure that out on your own. If you want to talk to something on the internet, your computer sends a packet to the router, and the router repeats that packet to your modem, and it keeps getting repeated. I mean, it hops across nodes, not that your computer spins. If you want to talk to someone on the internet, your computer sends a packet to the router, and the router repeats that packet to your modem, and it keeps getting repeated. Oh, so by repeated, you mean like forwarded? Is the technical term repeated? Because I call that forwarding. Like when I say that, like, oh, it sends a packet to something and like it goes on. Like when I do networking things, I call that forwarding. But if that's not the right way to say it, then okay, but that makes sense. If you want to talk, okay. So when you say that it wouldn't forward a... Okay, just what I'm asking here is that here I have that like the broadcast address is like this, right? But you said that there's like a universal, that there's another broadcast address, right? That's this. Or that would be like all 255s, right? So what's the difference between these two? Why do I need to know what this one is? Like, I get it. This, like, if I send something out to either of these IP addresses, right? They'll both get sent to the broadcast address. Just pick a random IP address, and if you don't get a connection, try again. Yeah, that makes sense. I should do that with IPv6 too, right? Just generate random IPv6 addresses. So yeah, I wonder what the difference between these two are. Like, if this always works, why do I need to know this? Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, to use IPv6, right? You'll definitely get a good address eventually. Anyways. Food for thought. I don't know your answer. But does my question make sense? Like does the question make sense? Like, if that set, well, whatever. I just hope my question makes sense, even if the answer is difficult. Anyways, so after reviewing those options, where's my chat? Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot what I was doing here. Okay. So here we go, service DHCPD. Okay, so I don't need these anymore, and instead what I need is that I need to set the stuff. So when start if you're on 3 networks, you want to be able to distinguish them, but you can distinguish them in other ways. If you're on 3 networks, you want to, but you can. If you're on 3 networks, you want to be able to distinguish them, but you can distinguish them. I mean, that makes sense. But do you distinguish them by the broadcast address? Or is that what you're saying by the fact that you can distinguish them in other ways? Because, like, if you're using... But I thought the idea is that if you're using DHCP, then you don't even know what networks there are. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if there's 3 networks... Like, if there's 3 interfaces... Like, if you had, like, Wi-Fi and then Ethernet and, like, Bluetooth, then I guess that makes sense. But, like... If there's like 3 different possible like networks and you send out like a DHCP thing, then like how would you even distinguish those? Because you don't even know it's there. But maybe you're saying after you already get, maybe. If you're on on one network and you're on another network and you want to broadcast everyone on, you broadcast. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're talking about after you connected and you already know. Okay, I think I answered. Well, by I answered it, I mean you answered it. But now I've interpreted it back into the context of my question. So I think what this means, right? So the question is, if you remember, is that there's 2 broadcast addresses that you can use, right? So there's that first broadcast address, and then there's the other broadcast address that's this, right? And then the question is, why are there these 2 broadcasts address? And the thing is that one of the things that DHCP returns is this broadcast address. So what my question was is like, why do you need both of these? Can't you just use the second one? Especially if the way that DHCP works, right, is that it sends out a DHCP request on this, to this IP address. So that's weird, because then like why do you need this? Like, why do you need this broadcast address if you already have this if you need to use this broadcast address to get to this broadcast address? And I think the reason for it is because, or the reason that I was wondering this is because I was only thinking about DHCP. So I think the answer is, in terms of DHCP, right, there's no reason to have this broadcast address. Like, there's no reason for this broadcast address in terms of DHCP because you need DHCP to get this anyways, right? I think what happens is that I think the reason that you need this is for things other than DHCP, right? Because like what Strager was saying is that if you send something out to everybody on, like if you want to send a packet out to everybody in a subnet, then you use this. But when you connect to DHCP, only this one is used. I answered that very poorly. I'm going to try to answer this one more time. So, okay. So what I'm thinking, right, is that if you use this broadcast address here isn't used for DHCP. That's what I was confused for. This wouldn't be used for DHCP because if you knew what this IP was, you wouldn't need DHCP. So this broadcast is unnecessary for DHCP. What this address is needed for is like for if you want to broadcast things that aren't DHCP. That's what that's used for. Like I guess like ARP or maybe ARP. I don't know, but this is just the other one. That answers my question. Thank you. Okay, but now I can get rid of that. You're gonna need this anymore. Oh, Jay. Hey, Jay, what's up? One is an IP and one is a submask. I don't know if you wait. I don't know if you heard what my question was. Because I think these are both addresses that I showed. I mean, you're right. Like 255.25 blah 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 could be a subnet. Although wouldn't that just be nothing, or would that be everything? I forget. But anyways, that's not what I was. I was asking about broadcast address, not subnets. Unless you're right and I'm wrong and I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, so I set these two. I think are pretty good, right? So what happens is that the default behavior of DHCP CD, it sets the host names and MTU settings, and it also overrides the like the /etsy/resolve.conf, which I guess I don't have, and the /etsy/ntp, which I definitely don't have. Okay, I should actually write it. So it overwrites the etsy/resolve.conf files and the /etsy/ntp.conf files. I think that's only if though I compiled it with support for like NTP, which I didn't. But anyway, these modifications to system files and settings on system configuration files are done by hooks, right? And these hooks are stored in /lib/DHCP CD. That's like so many letters. /DHC. I thought there was a. Wait, what? Okay, I guess I'm wrong. Wait, where are my hooks at? I put them somewhere. Oh no, I rebooted. I could also just like read my DHCP CD. Just what? Oh, is that in the wrong spot? Oh, that's right. Okay, well, I was looking in the wrong. I feel like I might have configured this wrong when I installed it. Do you guys think I did this wrong? Can I see my configure thing, what I wrote for configure? I kind of think I messed something up. I don't know if I have bash history set up yet. Oh man, I just don't remember. What I wanted to do is that I wanted to see exactly how I configured this. There should probably be somewhere to see that, right? Because I haven't done like. Why not write a DHCP client from scratch? Would that be hard? I imagine parts of it. I imagine like the basic concept of DHCP would probably be easy, but I think like the complicated parts, right? Worrying about like interfaces and things like that might be difficult. I'll put that on my to-do list, actually. That's a good idea. I wonder Because from what I've seen so far, it seems pretty simple. I'm just trying to, no, that's empty. I always forget what these things are. Oh, here it is. So my libexec directory should be DHCP. Son of a motherfucker. I did install this in the wrong place. I'm supposed to install it in DHCP CD. I was supposed to I set the libdir and then the... Oh, I set both of those wrong? Motherfucker. You take trolling... No, I mean, I wonder how hard that would be. I don't know how hard that would be. Okay. I have to reinstall this. What got installed? Because I'm gonna have to go through and kill a bunch of things. Dang it, that sucks. Okay, I'm gonna have to delete this. But what got installed again? Like, something in SBin got installed, and then the udev thing. I should have used Nix. I don't even know what Nix is. Alright, /SBin /DHCPCD RM. rf/lib /DHCPCD rf /lib /DHCPCD. Make a symlink to fix the name? I actually didn't think of that. But I feel like this way's better, right? I could make a symlink, but then I have an extra directory. Well, it's too late now. I hope I deleted everything. How can I tell if I deleted everything? I guess I could just like... What? Okay. I don't need to get rid of the man pages, probably. These files are probably fine. Maybe. Wait. Like, what's in here? Okay, so this is fine. Alright, Jesus, that's annoying. I'm glad that I noticed that, though, like, before DHCP, like, wasn't working. You know what I'm saying? It's on the bright side. Alright, let's do this again. Gosh, I'm gonna get... See, why is there that DHCP CD? Somebody tell me if I did that wrong. Okay, /lib /DHCPCD /var/lib /DHCPCD /var/run. Okay, let's do this. Well, let me test this first. Okay. Unless you use an OS like Nix, you can't tell if you uninstalled everything. Why is that? Unless you use a package manager like this. Nix. Oh, is Nix a package manager? Oh, I got you. Nix is a package. Yeah, I'm not using package managers. Are you kidding me? I'm doing this all by hand. Mostly. Okay. Alright, anyways, as I was saying, so the modifications to system files and settings on system configuration files are done by the hooks that are stored in, I'll get it right this time, /lib/dhcpcd/dhcpcd hooks. So these are the hooks that I have. So I can set up DHCPCD. DHCPCD. God. I'll just say DHCP. So I can set up DHCP. Packages that's on user lib direct. Yeah, that's how does it? I'm trying to remember how does like apt work? Doesn't apt like no that uses I think they use symlinks or something, right? I know brew works with symlinks. And I actually don't know how Pacman works, which I probably should know how Pacman works. Can't. Okay. So I can set up DHCP by adding or removing hooks, to and from this directory. And then the execution of hooks can be disabled by using like if I use DHCP CD, like no hook. And I would do that by editing the DHC/DH by editing this file. And then if you look at my Etsy /evolve/com, so I think I don't need to change anything here, right? For DHCPD, DHCPCD, DHC. Okay, hopefully I don't need to change any of that stuff. Although, do I somehow need to? Wait, maybe I do. Because what about like local things, like a local DNS? Like if I want to connect to another computer in my network. Do I need like a local name server? And what would that be? Is that like is that like the gateway address? Or is that like not the broadcast address? Maybe it's the gateway. But then I need to get the gateway address and put that in here, right? Like wouldn't I need to... So my question is, how can I get... So this will work fine for the internet, but how can I get like local DHCP? Local DNS, I'm sorry. With DHCP. Or actually, no, does DHCP can give you the name server automatically? Well, I know DHCP can give that to me. So my question is then, how do I put that in here? In the hosts file? Gosh. Okay, but so you're saying DHCP gives me the name server automatically. So what I'm asking here is once I get the name server from DHCP, right? Okay, I will jump back to the host file in a second. What I'm wondering, right, is that I know DHCP can give me the name server, but then how do I put that in here, Like, will I have to write like a shell script that will grab it, that will get the local name server from DHCP and then like prepend this to here or append it to here? Oh, I gotta read the man pages. Sorry, I have like the man page up over here. No. You are straight. Yes. This is what it is. Okay. Quote. Okay. I'll just dump this in the chat or something. Here it is. Oh, that looks a lot longer than I thought it did. But anyways, it overwrites. It overwrites it. It overwrites Etsy/resolve.conf. So I'm guessing what it does. Yeah. So that's what that does. I'm guessing the way that it works is that it grabs it from what's it called? So I'm guessing it'll like it looks at my resolve.conf file and like copies it and then just like appends it to it. It's actually all done by the hooks, right? So I can find this out and /Etsy. Where was it? lib/dhcp cd/dhcp cd hooks /resolve / here it is. Okay, look. See how so okay. So this generates /Etsy. We see we can merge other resolve.conf files into one. Like resolve.conf. Resolve.conf is preferred as a. Oh, I don't think I have resolve. Maybe. State there. Yeah. Wow. Are they doing this like regex stuff all in Bash? That seems like really hard. Look at this. Yeah. So look at that. That's how it works. Fascinating. Okay. So we don't. So that's very cool. So with the resolve.conf hook, we don't need to modify our resolve.conf at all. It'll. So yeah. So you were right. Sorry. That DHCP CD will edit it, which is very cool. Okay. So it seems like something else that DHCP CD also installs is udev.so. And what udev.so does is that it adds support for like where is it? So is this one? Oh, I didn't mean to actually run it. My bad. But what this file does is that it adds udev support for like the interface arrival and departure, and that's because udev like by default likes to rename interfaces, and it can't do that if DHCP like runs first and then can grab that interface before that. So wait, do we have DHCP now? I don't know how to tell this without a reboot though. That's the only problem. Because right now I'm using like chroot, so actually what the DHCP that's running right now is the Raspberry Pi's DHCP. So for me to find out if this works, I would have to reboot. So, I mean, I'd have to boot back into it, and I can't do that. Down and up the interface. No, because I'm in the chroot right now, so I think it would just like... I don't even think I can down interfaces from here. Because it would try to access like the other ones. Like I can down an interface from here, but then you guys can't see because I'm not just rebooting. I'd have to change like the boot and all that stuff, and then my OS doesn't have SSH yet, but now it has DHCP. We're on the way to SSH, and then once I have SSH, it'll be a lot easier. Okay, fine. I will do a very fast reboot and then just see if it works. I'll show you how I do it too. So if I do sudo vim /boot/dh, or not DHCP, what is it? cmd. See, and I just changed this to a 3. And then I do this. Let's see. Yeah, okay. There we go. Now you guys won't be able to see. Ooh. But I will be able to see, so I'll let you know how it goes, guys. So what should we install next? We have DHCP, which is cool. I'm thinking of getting something like wget so I can download things from the internet. Does that make sense? Okay, we don't need this anymore. Okay, here we go. Internet link is okay. So root Use internet explorer. That's odd. Is DHCP running? Oh, I actually got a message. I got a message here that's saying you need to reconfigure DHCP server in /etc/sysconfig/DHCP /sysconfig/DHCP. Oh. I didn't set that up. Okay, hang on, I gotta reboot. It didn't work, but I think I figured out why. I think I had a problem in my config file. Wayland? Oh, yeah. Well, I will install like a GUI at some point, like an X server and all that stuff. I just don't know when, and like when I get to like a window manager /desktop environment, I don't know which one. But again, I'm all about doing things from source and doing things that I can read and understand. And I actually like DWM because that one is like this. It's open source. I mean, a lot of these are open source, but I think the source is simpler, which is nice because I'm not very smart. So I think that would be nice. Okay, here we go. We're rebooting now. Okay, it didn't work. It said it says to process /etc/sysconfig/ifconfig.eth0 either the service DHCPD was not present or cannot be executed. Oh, does that have to be DHCP CD too? God damn it. Dude, this just messes me up all over the place. It does have to be. Okay. So the problem is that if you remember when I was editing, see, I can't, you guys can't see, so I have to like describe it to you. So if you remember, there was the /etc/sysconfig/ifconfig.eth dot interface, right? And then there's the thing where I said the service, and I changed it from like IPv4 static to DHCP D. Well, it should have been DHCP CD /etc/sysconfig DHCP DC. Yeah, DHCP ACDC /config /unconfig. Yeah. Okay. Service is DHCP CD. All right, we're rebooting again. You know, like when I first read like your message, it like took me a couple seconds to like figure out like what did you change. All right, we're rebooting. I don't know if you can see how I'm like a little bit extra blue from the no signal thing on the monitor. Man, it takes so long to boot, but it's actually not me. It's the bootloader that's being really slow. I think it doesn't like it, cause like when it starts booting, it like before it even loads the kernel or anything, it's like the bootloader is like saying that there's issues or whatever. It's complaining about it. Come on. Oh wait, what? Okay, so I have a strange problem. So dmessage is saying that, first of all, that it failed doing starting ISC DHCP server DHCP D. Oh, there's the problem. It's weird because I got like some errors involving IPv6, and then when I look, because before when I would do like IPA or whatever for Ethernet, it would say like up, but it wouldn't have any IP addresses. Like the first couple times I did it when it didn't work. Now it says up, and I have IP addresses, but they're all IPv6 addresses, and I don't think any of these addresses make any sense. Oh gosh, I have to like look at every single file I've edited and try to find where I had DHCPD. That's like ridiculous. What a not great name. I wonder if I'm the only person that's ever like had issues with this. Like, who knows? Alright. I have to find every file. What files could I have put that in? Because it actually, this one's not even saying. Alright. Slash. So now I'm going to go to /etsy/rc.d. Sorry, I was hoping, I said I'd only be a second because I thought it was going to like work. And then if it did work, then it's like, you know, then it would have taken a second, but it actually didn't work. So now I got to figure out what's going on. Oh, well, okay, I can see what the okay. Nothing in D, no, there is stuff in dmessage. I don't have syslog, I think. Or do you just mean the system log? Like, I don't think I have those either. I don't think I set that up, /var/log. And then I have like a couple random logs here, but I don't think these would be the right logs. Actually, I do have one here. Oh, never mind, I do. So what is this? Head. So the problem is that all the dates on here are like messed up because it's saying everything's from whatever this is, 1960 something. So I can't actually tell the dates. Do I look at the tail of syslog or the head of syslog? Oh, it's the tail that I just figured out. Okay. So you know what? Good call to look in syslog. Oh shit, I don't know what the heck this means. So it's saying checksum failure for 192.168.2. Oh. Well, okay, so here's the good news. How should I do this? Should I stay in like my OS or should I reboot and then show you guys the error messages? Because you guys could probably help with this. But then it's like if I need to retest something then. Yeah, I gotta get SSH working. Bad. Or get like a Streambox thing so that I can stream this. Okay, it says checks. So there's a bunch of things. I don't know. Is it useful if I read these to you, or would you rather I just reboot and show them to you? So the first thing that DHCP does is that it says that it's forked to background, which makes sense because I put the background thing. Then it says EF0 waiting for carrier. EF0 carrier acquired. No, were you here earlier when I tried the camera? It didn't work out that well. I mean, I'm pretty sure this isn't readable, right? I mean, where's my like I'm pretty sure you can't see this. Yeah, and I set the font to as big as it can go. Can't get any bigger than this. So should I read these to you or should I just reboot? Like is it just totally not helpful for me to read these to you? Anyway, so then it says EF0 Ethernet acquired. Then it says DUID and IAID. I don't know what that is. Oh! So what I was reading to all you guys have all been DHCP CD messages. But then I got a message just now from the kernel. Well, not just now, but I got the next message is from the kernel that's saying random DHCP uninitialized U random read. So, okay, maybe that's something. And then it says... Okay, what the heck? And then it says EF0 adding address. Why is it doing IPv6 stuff? I shouldn't have compiled with IPv6 support. Because I didn't put the drivers on here yet for IPv6. So maybe it's because it's trying to do IPv6 stuff. Because it says, yeah, because then it says IPv6 operation not supported, soliciting an IPv6 router, soliciting a DHCP lease, checksum failure. Pressing DHCP, adding default. Okay, I'm going to reboot and show you guys. Hopefully you guys are networking geniuses because I'm going to need it. Alright, wait, first I have to edit /etsy/ /boot/ /cmd. Alright. This is what we got. As you'll see in a second. Here, I'll just start the SSH now. And then hopefully it'll like connect or something. You know, I think when we were fucking around with the bootloader earlier, we messed something up. Because now it's taking like really long for anything to boot. And I think it's because when we edited some of the files, we like changed things, and then it's doing like error checking, is what I'm thinking. Alright. Let's start X. Alright, here we go. Alright, so now we are CH rooted. And now what I have to do is, okay. So yeah, now I need you guys' help. So, if I do cat /var/log/sys.log, and then this is what I get. Oh, this is actually on shutdown, which might also be useful. As you can see here, the dates are all incorrect. Where was I when I was starting up? See, I can't tell from the date. I think this is it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so as you can see here, the first thing it does is that it forks to the background, which makes sense because we asked it to run in the background. Then it's waiting for carrier, and then carrier acquired. And then I don't know what DUID is. Hopefully you guys know. And then EF0. And then there's some kind of DHCPD error having to do with urandom. Does that have to do with like entropy or something lame like that? And then it's see, and then it adds this address here, and it's an IPv6 address, and I don't like that. Oh, you know what? I can actually show you what the result should be, right? Because I can show you what the result should be because here I am in my Pi. So if I do, so I think this is what it. Oh, jeez, it's I don't think you guys can really read that. So this is what the result should be, right? It should look like. So as you can see here, oh, actually, it does give an IPv6 address. So this does have IPv6, but it also gives like some How do I? Can I just say what is it? Dev EX0. Does that work? No. No. There we go. Okay. So this is what it should look like. Right? You know what? I should have... Oh, dang it. I should have copied the output of what this looked like on, when it didn't work. Damn it. Anyways. So... what's happening here is that it's adding this address. Actually, is this the same address? Because that would be good if it's the same address, believe it or not. Oh my gosh, it's so unreadable like this, though. Why don't I just make this bigger? I can make this bigger, right? You guys may not be able to see it, though. Oh, you can't. Oh, it auto... Okay, there we go. That's less bad, right? Okay, now where were we? Okay, carrier operation not supported. Okay, so here, this is what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at this line. Ooh, here we go. So it's adding this address. Is this the same? That's not the same as this. What is this address? Here, is this just my There's two. Okay, this is actually something that I don't know. Can somebody please explain why I have two IPv6 addresses? I mean, it's this scope. Oh, scope global and scope link. I still don't know what that means. But I'm guessing link means not global. So is that like my local IPv6 address? And then the other one is my global IPv6 address? You'd ignore IPv6? Do you think the problem has to do with okay, ignore IPv6, gotcha. Okay, let's keep going. Again, if you need me to like show you like different logs, or you need to see like that IF stuff again, you probably know more than I do. So like, well, you definitely know more than I do. So just let me know and I'll do that. Okay, so waiting for carrier required. Where is it? Okay, so we get this address. I don't know what this address does. Okay, and then it says this operation not supported. Is this bad? If we don't care, that's what I'm asking. If we don't care about IPv6, which I agree I shouldn't care about, is it bad if it says operation not supported? Like, does it not matter, or can this mess other things up? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't care if I can't get an IPv6 address. I care if me not getting an IPv6 address somehow like messes other things up, and then I can't get an IPv4 address. Okay, IPv6 link is not ready. Okay, now it's talking about something else. Oh, and that's not DHCP. Okay. See, segment routing with IPv6. Do I want that? Do I want segment routing with IPv6? So listening to DHCP lease. Okay. See, this is actually good. This is a good sign right here, right? Because what this address is... How do I select things? No. I'm not in Vim. I'm in this... I'm in the tmux like scroll thing, and I forgot how to do that. Anyways. So this is good because this actually is... Oh, what the... Where'd it go? Okay. The reason that I'm glad about this is that at least it found the right IP address, because 192.168.2.1 is the IP of the DHCP server, right? So at least it knows that it exists, right? It's able to find it. I didn't put that address in any config anywhere. So it can find it, but then it says checksum failure. Then I don't know what that means. Yeah, checksum failures are a red flag. Okay, router advertising. Let's like keep going and maybe adding default route, checksum failure. Okay, I'm getting these checksum failures. That's probably not good. Probing for an IPv4 LL address. What is that? Is that like long, like a C long thing? Okay, no, this isn't the right IP. Adding route 2, adding default route, checksum failure. Okay, I don't want it to be doing this, right? Because this isn't correct. I don't want that there. Okay, bunch of checksum failures. And then I do shutting down for system boot, switching. Okay. Sending signal alarm to PID 481. I'm guessing 481 is Actually, no. DHCP is 847. So what's at 480? Oh, DHCP is also at 481. Okay, so removing interface, deleting address. Yeah, these are the two addresses it had for it last time. And then that's it. And then there's also dmessage. Oh wait, will dmessage work? I don't even know if dmessage will work. The reason that I don't know, no, we're talking about Bluetooth. I think this is from like the Raspberry Pi when I just booted up just now a minute ago. Do you know where dmessage stuff is stored? Because that's what I need to look at. /var/log/boot.log. Oh, I mean. Yes. Okay, so here we go. As you can see here, unable to process either the service. Oh wait, that's not actually what I think the problem is. This is that's from an earlier boot, and I fixed that problem. Yes, Strager, I found it here. I was able to get it. It's in boot.log. At least in my init, it is. Okay, this is the problem. Starting ISC DHCP server, DHCPD fail. And then I actually ran this manually, so I'll show you what I did. So after some flailing around, what I did is that I went to wherever that stuff is. Oh yeah, I went to /etsy/rc/init, right? And then I have the DHCP thing here, right? So I did ./DHCP-cd and then and then I did restart. And then I think it gave this error, which is like really annoying. It printed out this, which is like super unhelpful. I think that's what happened. What happens if I do it now? Okay, well that makes sense. That shouldn't work probably. It didn't say this, I think, before. I'm trying to remember what the error was. How do I go about showing this to you guys? Should I reboot and just cat whatever it is, the 2 greater signs on all my commands and then show it? Or I could do it very fancy and use script. Another idea, what if I tabled DHCP and don't worry about it? Just use static stuff until I have SSH working, and then I can show it to you guys. Because even though DHCP is something that you should definitely have, it's you don't actually need it, right? Since I'm not moving this at all. So I'll probably do that. So I'm gonna go to where the heck was that? Ha! Did I delete system32? Did I tell you the story earlier about when I actually did that? Somebody tricked me, dude. I couldn't get Halo installed, and somebody told me that system32 was a problem. I was like, alright, dude. I fucking did it. And then the worst part is that not only did I do it, but then I posted back on the forum. I was like, hey, it didn't work. Can you help me? And they thought that was the funniest thing, and I didn't get it until I looked it up. Is it still called System32? Or is it called System64 now? Anyways, where did I store this stuff? /sysconfig/ifconfig. Alright, so I'm going to ignore this for now. So how do I do that? I'm actually super lucky that I decided to... Well, not super lucky, but I am lucky that I decided to keep my ults up here. Okay. Oh no, I forget what it's called. It's IPv4. I gotta look it up. That's not the name of it. Oh, I even forget where it is. I think it's in /lib/services. No, what? IPv4 static. IPv4 static. Okay. So now I don't have to worry about DHCP anymore. Hey, creating your own Linux distribution? Yes, I am. You're here for the best part. of the whole developing of the operating system, and that's trying to figure out why my networking isn't working. So that's what you're witnessing is networking stuff. But hey, dude, what's up? Thanks so much for stopping by. Have you ever do you have any like programming experience, or have you ever used Linux before or something? Okay. You use Ubuntu? Nice. Yeah, around these parts, people tend to be very critical of Ubuntu, but don't tell anybody, but I actually like it. I like it. Which is very funny, because people talk about, well, I guess if you've only used Ubuntu, you may not know this, but people normally think of like the spectrum of operating systems, of Linux distributions, where on one end you have how do I even say this? The operating systems that are very pre-built for you. Like, they just work. It's very funny. Okay, so pretty much the distribution is you have the Linux distributions that like just work and have everything you need on one end. And then on the other end are the Linux distributions that like, are difficult to set up and do. So like Ubuntu is normally like is spoken about like all the way on the other end of like the all the way on the end of like the easy, like user-friendly ones, and then like Arch would be on the other side of that, or Gentoo would be on the other side of it. But what I'm doing, if this is like, if this is where like Gentoo and Arch are, and this is where Ubuntu is, then what I'm doing is like, wait, you can't even see it anymore, because this is like, I'm doing this all myself. So I've spent over 70 hours on this so far. So this is. And then Ubuntu takes like, not including the physical like install time, takes like 3 seconds, right? So, yeah. But again, that's what I'm saying, is that people tend to be very critical of Ubuntu around these parts. But ironically, I'm developing an operating system that's way on the other end of Ubuntu, but I actually really like Ubuntu. Like, that's kind of what yeah. I love the terminal more than GUI. Heck, yeah. Dude, I have I'm doing this on a Raspberry Pi, and on my Raspberry Pi, it doesn't even boot into, like, the Raspbian, desktop. I think he's, like, LXD or something like that. I actually just boot it straight into a TTY. And then when I use a window environment or desktop environment, whatever, I use, like, DWM. So you said that you've used Ubuntu, but that you also like the terminal more than GUI. So does that mean that you use I'm guessing that means you're on Windows. And are you using and then do you use a lot of PowerShell or something? Are you talking about you love the terminal in Ubuntu more than the GUI of Ubuntu? I used a lot of programming languages like C++ and Python. Okay, so what kind of stuff do you do with C++ and Python? Wait, you said that you used. Was this when you used Ubuntu, or is this now? I am not in TDev now. I don't know what that means. Oh, wait, and also, I didn't get what you said when you said yes. What does yes mean? Are you referring to the fact that you use PowerShell a lot? All right. Where was I? Right now you're practicing software testing. Oh, cool. See, I actually know not much about that. You're on Windows 7? Why? Dude, legit? Maybe another controversial operating system statement, but Windows 10 is, especially among all these Linux. Geez, I'm gonna lose all of my followers. So Windows guy, if you could follow me, that would be great, because I'm about to say something that's gonna make me lose all of my followers. But I love Windows 10. I used to not like it, but then I started like I don't run it as like my main operating system, but I used it for like a little while, and I really liked it. It was like specifically I liked like the Windows subsystem for. See, that's the thing. The reason that I'm confused about why I use Windows 7 is because all the things that I like about Windows 10 are actually like exclusive to Windows 10. Like the Windows subsystem for Linux is awesome. The Windows terminal that they just came out with is the bomb. Actually, that's it. Yeah, but I really like Windows because of that. Those are two like really great things. Oh, also, well, no, they have VS Code and other stuff, but just the for the Windows subsystem for Linux like integration in Windows 10 is like out of this world. Like the fact that you can use it with Docker and VS Code and like have headless servers and all that are running your Linux things, and then you can have like WSL. Oh, new terminal, dude. Check out this Microsoft. They put so much work into this new terminal because they're trying to grab all the developers from Linux and Mac OS and bring them to Windows. So in order to do that, they put as much work into this new terminal as they would put into like a phone. Oh, Maverick, thank you so much for following, dude. That means a lot. But I've never played a video on. I don't know if I want to play a video on the channel, but it's like if you watch here. No, maybe I will play it on the channel. I just don't really know how. But it's like Microsoft made a trailer for their terminal that they would make for like a phone. It's like you watch this trailer and you think that it's not like for like some big expensive like phone or car or laptop or something, but no, it's their terminal. It shows how much love Microsoft has been giving to their developers lately, and I never thought I'd say that. But like obviously now that you followed me, Maverick, I can go back on you a bit, but obviously like Linux is like a million times better than Windows, and I still think Mac OS is way better. If you're a developer, Mac OS is way better than Windows for working on, but Microsoft is making a big effort to attract the Linux and Mac OS people. All right, I'm gonna play this. Can you guys even hear sound? Like, let me, like, you may not even be able to hear this, because I don't think I've ever tried to play video on here before, so it could just not work. Alright. So look at this trailer. Again, this is for a terminal. And let me know if you, well, okay. I would put this in full screen, but I also want to read the chat to make sure that you guys can, like, see it, you know? So I'm actually not going to put it in full screen because I want... Why isn't the page loading? The video's loading, but then the description stuff isn't loading. And I'm trying to make it big. Alright, anyways. Watch this and know that this is for a terminal, not a phone. Can I make my face smaller? Dude, it's so pretentious. My face is like half the size of the screen. Okay. No sound aside from my noisy mic? Ad looks hot though. By the way, was the FPS also like garbage? I was looking at it a bit and it looked really bad. I don't know if that's just OBS or not. Okay. So you could advanced audio properties. Hello. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to figure out how this works. So, properties. Yeah, 10 FPS. Jesus. Wait, are you just saying 10 FPS like to say it's bad, or do you actually have a way of measuring that? Yeah, OBS on macOS is like really badly optimized. Because like, for example, the Mac has like a lot of like I can do video stuff just fine on here. Like it's actually really good. I spent like thousands of dollars. Like this thing has an i9 9900 or 8900 HK overclockable, right? 6 cores, 12 threads, 32 gigs of RAM. Like when I'm in Final Cut Pro, for example, it's blatant. Like Final Cut, Adobe Premiere, it's good. It's like really great. But then OBS is just bad, and I think it's like this also, like the CPU and stuff is great, and I'm sure it could do the video encoding just fine. But there's also hardware support for like a bunch of different video codecs, like H.264, and then whatever OBS uses, there's hardware support for it. But OBS, they haven't enabled that yet. And also like there's also this thing also has I forgot to mention the graphics. This thing has a Radeon. It's like 580X or something. It's like pretty good. I mean, the graphics card isn't like out of this world good. The graphics card is definitely the weakest point of this machine, but it's a decent graphics card. But like I don't know if it's using the graphics card. I don't think it is. And then it's doing this all in like 2 threads. Again, I have 12 threads that it's really garbage on here. But I think it's the best there is. If anybody knows a better way, then that would be nice. How do I get audio? I see the audio mixer. Advanced audio properties. Install Windows. I do have Windows on here. Like I have like I use Boot Camp. So like I could conceivably do that if all I'm doing is SSH anyways. But yeah. I bet I don't know. I wonder if it would be it would definitely be a lot faster. Yeah. But I imagine even if I'm running it on Windows, it would be way faster on one hand, but then on the other hand, it still wouldn't have support for that like hardware accelerated stuff. But you probably wouldn't even notice that because it would be so fast anyways with the CPU, and if it's using the CPU and GPU. What I'm just trying to do right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to get the audio working. Like, I don't know how to do that. Okay. I guess I'll have to resort to Google. OBS audio. OBS, like audio from window. How do I capture single window audio? OBS does it capturing per device? What? Could you guys hear that at all? Did that do anything for you? Or nothing? Wait, what the heck is going on here? Oh, shit. Hang on. Were you able to see the video? And now why is OBS like not showing anything? Okay, you could see the video, but just not hear it. Alright, I think I actually changed that one with my browser real quick. Okay. Add window capture. properties, transform. So yeah, what's up with that, guys? Oh no, where did that website go? Okay, OBS, capture audio from, just from computer. Oh, I really don't want to watch a YouTube video. Oh, wait, what? OBS desktop audio disabled. Yeah, this is kind of annoying. Because there has to be an easy way to do this, right? I just don't know where the setting is. Like, I literally just don't know what setting this would be. No, I don't want to disable it. Cannot set. Ah, that's it. Okay. I have to install something. I'm not freaking getting iShowU. Dude, I used iShowU in like 2011 and I'm not using it again. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you're right. Streaming does suck on a Mac. Alright. You know what? This is the plan, okay? And I'm trusting you guys. I'm trusting you guys to come back after this, alright? I'm gonna post this in the chat. Alright? Yeah, it's iShowU, so yeah. What does partner mean? Okay, anyways, I'm gonna post this in the chat. Everybody watch the video and come back here. It's sick. She's Soundflower. Okay, Soundflower is better. Your partner is the person you ride horses with. I don't know if that's sarcasm or not. But that's cool. Horseback riding's cool. All right, well, did you guys watch it yet? Okay. Well, if you watched it, well, I guess you can just, if you didn't watch it yet, you can still watch it and then just come back in a second. But, thanks for the ad, bro. Yeah. Isn't that cool? Like, that's one of the things that made me start to... Can you guys see what I'm typing in the terminal? That's weird. Oh, god dang it. Everything's not... Everything is freaking broken right now. Properties. You probably can't see what I'm typing. At least OBS is saying no, it's not working. Okay, there we go. Thanks for the ad, bro. Now I'm gonna buy a 6. Yeah. Nah, dude. Windows sucks. Use Linux. Windows sucks. Use Linux. While simultaneously, some of that new stuff that they added in Windows 10 for like Linux developers is really cool. Like, you know that Microsoft is like so big on Linux right now. Like, they've migrated, like most of Azure is using Linux now. Windows Subsystem for Linux are putting huge effort into it. They're actually, not only are they making big efforts in adopting Linux, but they're also making big efforts in contributing to Linux. You know that Microsoft, I think, is in the top 10 Linux kernel contributors? You can look that up. I could be totally making that up, but I know that they're bigger than Canonical, who makes Ubuntu. So what that means is that Microsoft contributes more to the development of Linux than the Ubuntu developers do. I tried Wine, but mini game. No, don't use... Okay, what year was this? You said that you used used Linux a while ago. Yeah, Wine is garbage. I heard there's some better things nowadays for gaming on Linux. I'm not actually the person to ask about that because I dual boot. So that's why I have a Windows partition. Well, at first I made a Windows partition on my computer for gaming, and then I actually started using it for some like developing stuff. Like for C#. But if you were using like Linux a long time ago, then like Wine probably was your best option, and then you're just fucked because that's awful. But nowadays, there's some better things out there. But again, something else that's controversial, right? If you don't have a really great gaming computer that can compensate for the overhead that you get by using like one of the newer things, like what is it, like Vulkan, or then there's another like emulation thing for like DirectX to Vulkan or something. You just use, again, controversial, probably use Windows. But if you want to know how to game in Linux, Linus Tech Tips have made a couple of really great videos, like tutorials on how to do it with I forget his name, Anthony. So check that out. All right, where was I? We had just given up on DHCP, right? That's the last thing that happened. We said, fuck that. Okay. So no DHCP. Man, that's unfortunate that it didn't work. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. What else is there? What else should I need on here? Maybe wget? Yeah, I'm thinking about getting wget. wget. Okay. So, however, in order to get wget, I need wget. So to do that, I'm going to go back to the regular Pi. Go here. And then I'm going to get wget. So I hope future will be decentralized and open source. Yeah, that'd be cool. Well, that future starts with this. What you're looking at right here. Dude, that's what it is. This OS is going to come out, put Microsoft out of business, put Apple out of business. And this is all open source. So, this is what you're witnessing. Okay. Here we go. What is this? ZXVF or something like that? Alright. How do you... Looks user-friendly. Can you do Facebook? It's about to do Facebook once I get wget on here. Here, You want to see Facebook? Check this out. All right, let me switch over here. All right, look at this. There you go. It can do that. Oh, fuck. All right, that should have worked. I don't know. I actually don't know why that didn't work. Oh, .com. I'm okay. Still? Okay. Oh, because of DHCP. It's because remember we were looking at this and it overwrites it. DHCP CD whatever overwrites it. God. Yeah, no, that was dumb. No, I know it's .com. I know it's .com. That was me just having a brain fart. Obviously, I know it's .com. Okay. You want to see it do Facebook right now? There you go. There you go. That's all you need. All right, we got Facebook. I should probably fix that. Whatever. Let me get W on here. All right. Oh gosh. Open it in links. What is links? Oh, the links, dude. Do you see what I'm doing right now? I'm trying to get wget. Give me like, we have to figure out like we got to get our order straight here. All right. First, I have to do wget. Now, thankfully, there's a handy dandy guide on the internet to wget, and this is actually going to take longer than I thought it is. So, here's wget, right? But for the dependencies, they recommend that you get this. Okay, so let's get this. Now, we actually went through this earlier, but I can explain this again. Pretty much what a certificate authority is that it just tells you whether or not sites are trustworthy, right? So what Make CA does is that it downloads and processes the certificates for use as the trust anchors for this stuff, right? So in order to get this, we need this. Oh, gosh. And now we have a circular dependency, which is awesome. But then you also need this. Do I really have to get all these right now? Okay, you know what? It's just recommended, right? Okay. Okay. This is what we got. So assuming... Oh, dang it. You guys can't see. Okay. So here we are. Now let's look at the wget. Like, is there something in here about this? What do we got? Briefly, the shell command. Okay. /configure. Make check. Make install. I didn't know that was a thing. You can remove the program binaries. Okay. Compilers and options. That doesn't matter. I'm not cross-compiling. Installation names. This is important. By default, make install installs the packages command under /user/local/. Alright. Shouldn't I be using Markdown for this? Set syntax equals. There we go. That looks so much nicer. You can't get Facebook without HTTPS. I know. I can't get a lot of stuff without HTTPS. That's the thing. Okay. Okay. So what is prefix? Okay, so I'm not gonna put in user/local. I'm actually just gonna put in /user since this is gonna be like an OS thing. And then probably I'm gonna need to change the yes. Okay, I'll have to change the sysconfter since the prefix is now. I changed the prefix from /user/local to just /. Okay, we got features. I don't even want to disable anything, do I? See, okay, I want with SSL, right? But do I can I do that? Can I just say with SSL? Because I don't know if I have open SSL already on here. I don't remember. I've had to do so much stuff. I don't even know it's on here anymore. Wow. Okay. Let's just let's do this. Okay. What happens? Is this just gonna be really bad? This is probably gonna be really bad, right? Because I don't know if SSL is on here. Do you think it comes with SSL? Do you think I can use it? Like, it'll install it with it? Wouldn't that be cool? All right. Let's see if this works. Because if I can't do this, the configure would fail, right? It wouldn't fail during the compilation. And even worse, it wouldn't fail like when I actually try to run it. Like when I try to run wget. It wouldn't configure, right? Because then it would try to check to see if like if I already need OpenSSL, it would check to see if OpenSSL there or what. Yeah. If you want a convenience, that's so true, right here. I hate convenience. When things just work. Oh, I didn't see this message from Maverick earlier. How do you test the OS? That's actually a super good question. What do you mean by test the OS? Because in terms of actual like individual packages, there's tons of testing that goes on. So like for each thing I install, I'll run tests on it, and then later on I'll run tests on like groups of packages and stuff. So that's a thing. But okay. So I'll for example, I'm about to run like make check, but except for that, like I don't know how to test like operating system as a whole. Version install prefixes /user. SSL is OpenSSL. Okay. Resolver. Is the resolver important? Okay. What's that? Oh, just okay. All right, I'm checking it. Let's hope this works. Because wget would make things easier. And then I could even think about doing something like links. Because I will need a browser at some point, and I think it'll be... And specifically, I'll need a browser before I'm able to get a desktop environment all set up in a window manager and X. So I'll need a browser in the meantime. Warning: OpenSSL config is deprecated. Okay. Let's hope that's okay. So just fuck. Oh, it's all the HTTPS, right? Okay, so OpenSSL didn't work. Is that all the stuff that failed? Because if it's just like that kind of thing, then I guess it's okay. Let's see. Where's test auth? Okay, authorization. Ooh, this doesn't look like test C shorter. Is that like an SSL? Content disposition. Yeah, test FTP list. That's not good, right? Confirm. It's probably not good. Where is this? Oh, sorry. Okay, what if I did, as we suggested, facebook.com? Yeah. Okay, what's something that's not HTTPS? What if I just do this? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Well, that works. So it kind of works. What did that get saved at? Or did that just get printed to standard out? No. Oh, it's index.html. So guys, that kind of worked, right? Now the question is, that's a lot of fails. So do I want to fix it? I should probably fix it. How would I fix it though? Probably to fix it, I'd have to do all of that SSL crap. Okay. Fine. What? Is that a thing? That's not a thing. W got. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's try. Man, we are like... Man, so two things didn't work today. So far, wget and DHCP didn't work. That's unfortunate. Okay. Let me switch this so you can see what I'm doing. All right, so again, we're gonna try to get, so for this, it's recommended that we get this, right? So I'm gonna go here, and then this is required. So I'm gonna need this. Do you think I can get this here? That'd be kind of cool, right? What if I could do wget slash where would it be? src. If this doesn't work, I'll just have to use the other thing, but and then nah. All right. Now, what is this recommended? Is a highlight that encodes. Why would I want this? What is it? What is DER? What the? This is all gibberish. Data stream. Octet. What the fuck? You know what? People have criticized it, so I don't want it. I don't want it. Okay. What the fuck? Distribute? Prepare the distribution. Okay. We're gonna read this. Build status. Wait to load. Okay. That's not possible. What? Okay. So I'm gonna copy existing anchor modifications. /SSL. Alright, somebody on the internet told me to do that. I don't know why. Wait, what? I think it also wants me to get rid of that. I don't know, I'm just trusting people on the internet. Oh, wait. Those are encoding types for SSL you do want, but it says it's optional, and that looks hard. Oh, actually, it's really easy. Fine. I want those. I'm trusting you, dude. 'Cause... Fine. So be it. Ooh, this is big. Okay. What was it called? Liptasm. Good luck with OpenSSL. I'm gonna go stand up and do more interesting things. Definitely. Oh man, dude, have a good one, sir. Thanks, dude. You've been like hella helpful today, and that really means a lot. Thank you. Alright, let's read it. I have this stuff. Yes. Oh, I don't have Okay, I don't need that stuff. Oh, and it says it's optional. Ha! Look at this, guys. Sudo app. Oh my gosh. Yeah, right. This is what I'm about. Manual. Okay. Okay, here we go. Installation names. Yeah, so we don't want it to be local, so we're going to change that. Yeah, this is all optional features. Okay. So we're going to change that. I don't think that matters. Actually. No, we definitely don't want hey, I spent too much time getting this dynamic link, or to work to static linking. Okay. Oh, it's probably fine, right? I hope it's fucking fine. Oh man, I hope this works. And then we can go back and recompile the P11 thing, and then we can go back and recompile W. Oh, that. Alright, guys. I really hope this works. Okay. I like to see that. I like it. Okay, that's awesome. That's what I like to see, right? Let's get some documentation over here. I don't even know if I gotta get rid of this, but I'll get rid of it this week. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we just installed a couple of things. So we installed some programs. So we installed ASN1 coding, and that's the DER encoder. And then we have ASN1 decoding, which is the ASN1 decoder, and then we have the ASN1 parser, which, as you might guess, generates a syntax tree for libtassin. And then finally we have libtassin, or tassin1, whatever, .so, and that's a library for the abstract syntax notation and with the ASN and DER stuff. Okay, here we go. So I don't think we need this anymore, right? Okay. Now we can go back to that P. Okay. So, what do we need to do for P11? And again, what P11 does is it provides a way to enumerate the cryptographic whatever modules. Okay. So again, prefix, I'm going to change. I think the sysconfdir has to be /etc. I don't want it to be user etc. And then the guys, shout out if there's something that I want. Okay, I'll want to add a custom trust path, and then what is all this stuff? Flags, I don't need that. /configure. Sysconf. Etsy PKI anchors. 1 second, guys. All right. Okay. This looks right, I hope. So anyway, the reason that I put some of those options, like the reason that I put the with trespass things, is that this switch sets the location of the trusted certificates used by libp11kit.sl. Okay. So now I'm going to make it. You know what I always wanted? I wanted to make a minimal Linux distro that supports KVM. Well, yeah, I mean, as it is right now, this is about as minimal as it can get. So then that with KVM, I mean, pretty much if I had this and I put KVM on it, that would make it the most minimal Linux distribution that could have KVM, like sort of. But that sounds like why would you want that? Are you just saying is like yeah, I know it. Well, I sort of knew what KVM was. Is that just to run as like a hypervisor or something? Like sort of to make your own Linux hypervisor or it's because that would be cool. Could do a GPU pass there with it too. Yeah. And literally play games. Well, what would you be running on top of it? Would you be running like Windows on it? All right. Let's check this. And then I'm going to go have dinner in a few minutes. So I'll hop off then. All right, guys, let's hope we see some green here. So so far so good. Although nothing's actually been done yet, right? It's just making the test. Mach 6, what is that? Frob. I don't know, I just find the idea interesting. Unless you could have an encrypted, but that one enough to load and you would have this private Windows machine. Yeah. You know, this isn't exactly what you're talking about. So I know I'll say this and you're like, oh, but I'm talking about something different. But it's similar. I saw this talk like last week or something, and it sort of reminds me of what you're talking about. It's not talking about it as a hypervisor, it's talking about it as a bootloader. But I will send this to you if you want to add this to like your watch later or something, or I'm actually about to leave in a minute, so if you want to watch this after, like if this is something that you're actually interested in, this is a talk by Greg Crow Hartman. I don't know if you know him. If you don't know him, then you should. He is like, oh fuck, sorry, but he's like the second guy, the second top person at like at the Linux Foundation. Oh no, what else failed? Test transfer. Me. All right. So I gotta go have dinner now, so I'll go ahead and rage quit this. And what is an error? What's the difference between fail and an error? Where are these errors at? Error, test deprecated, missing test point. Okay. Yeah, I'm hopping off now. All right. So you guys so much. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Again, I don't know if there's anybody like lurking here that's not following me right now, but just to sell out for a minute, it would mean a lot to me if you did decide to follow. Yeah. Again, and if you want to ask me anything about like coding or like actually, fun fact, even though I'm doing all this like software engineering thing, that's actually not like my main gig. Actually, as my day job, I study astrophysics, so that's my thing. So if you guys want to ask me about how the heck the star blows up or black holes are made or whatever, I'm your guy. Feel free to ask me that or anything in these streams. Again, things like follows are like really cool, but even more important than following is just coming back if you enjoy it. So yeah. And Damon, you should check that out if you're interested in it. All right, see you guys. Oh wait, we gotta rate somebody. Who are we rating? Let's see. Let's look at science and technology. Let's see, science and technology. Okay, we're gonna find somebody to rate real quick. DevOps bootcamp. All right, don't go anywhere. Yeah. Live rocket launch. Yeah, that's really cool. You guys want to watch a rocket launch? Let's learn Linux. Oh, what's this?
Signal.h header file, and it gives you like.
Oh, you okay? I definitely found who it is. I hope you guys are still here. Let's go. How do I get? All right. Here you go. Here's who we're rating. All right. Again, thanks so much, everybody. And what I want you guys to spam in the chat, and this guy, he's doing a really cool stream right now. You guys should definitely watch it. I don't know. I don't have any emotes. So, I don't know. What do you say? You can sell on my stream. Tell everybody in his stream to follow my stream. I don't know. All right. See you guys. Again, thanks so much for watching. And again, I'm trying to learn. I'm not just trying to learn stuff, but I'm also trying to learn stuff with you guys. So, you know, like I'm trying to learn stuff from you, and you guys hopefully can learn stuff here. All right. Yeah. All right. See ya.
Used a lot. It basically says hang up